Thanks a lot. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get us started with a safety message. As usual, I'll just mention that today, this is workshop 6, last workshop for phase 3. We're going to be talking about tail risks, but for non-wildfire risks this time. And then we're going to talk about granularity of tranches in the afternoon. We'll go over the schedule in a minute, but just go through a quick safety message for this morning. Electric scooters are becoming more common as a mode of transportation. I just wanted to note that my family also used one until my wife actually had an injury this summer. And first, a big shout out to my colleague Amin for helping us out in a tight spot when I was not available. I was in Montana at the time, and he rushed my wife to the hospital in the middle of the night. That was awesome. And it turns out that these injuries are pretty common, actually. UCLA has estimated that about 115 injuries per million e-scooter trips occur. And that's actually pretty significant. The study also noted that 104 injuries per million happen on motorcycle trips, about 15 per million for bicycle trips, and 8 injuries per million for car trips. So these electric scooters are pretty dangerous. So what can we do? Well, this safety culture message is going to encourage everyone to wear a helmet. Thus, you see me wearing a helmet here. Local laws, actually, most of them don't require riders to wear a helmet. However, most public health studies are encouraging riders to take the initiative to wear them. Some of the e-scooter companies themselves are encouraging riders to wear helmets, even giving them away with the scooters in some cases. But few people are wearing them. It's a cultural thing, and so we want to encourage you to wear a helmet if you're going to be riding an electric scooter. Okay. Again, this meeting is recorded. Just wanted to let everybody know. One or more decision makers may be present during the meeting, but no decisions will be taken. And before we go into the details, let's first do some introductions. So I'll do a little bit of, or we'll do a roll call. I just wanted to see, is SCE on the line? Southern California Edison.
Hello, Eddie. This is Brian Landry from SCE. We do have a number of folks from SCE on the line.
Excellent. And Pacific Gas and Electric is on the line? Are they on the line?
Hello, this is Vincent Lowe. Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good, Vincent.
Thank you.
Yep. And then is anyone from Semper companies? Oh, Vincent, you do have a bit of an echo, so I might need you to mute. Yep, perfect. And then is anybody from the Semper companies attending as well?
Good morning, Eddie. We're here.
Okay, great. Thanks, Josh. And the Turn Reform Network? Sorry, the Utility Reform Network?
Yeah, Katie's here. Chuck Feinstein is on with me this morning. Eric Borden will be on with me this afternoon.
Okay, great. And Mussy Grade Road Alliance.
Yes, Joseph Mitchell here for the Mussy Grade Road Alliance. Good morning.
Good morning. Public Advocates Office. Anybody from Cal Advocates? Okay. Nobody on from Cal Advocates this morning. Anyone from Energy Producers and Users Coalition and Indicated Shippers? Okay. Anybody from Protect Our Communities Foundation?
Good morning, Jonathan Webster here for Protect Our Communities.
Thanks, John. Anybody from the Utility Consumers Action Network? Okay, if there's any others that I missed or you'd like to be recognized, please go ahead and put your name and organization in the chat. So our agenda for today is going to be relatively fixed. We're going to try to accommodate the presenters and stakeholders' schedules, and we probably won't have a lot of flexibility in the schedule. And if we do, end early during the morning session, we'll kind of take a roll, we'll take a vote to see if we want to take an early lunch, a longer lunch, and then again the same will go for the afternoon. And as I mentioned, let's see, we'll talk about the agenda in just a second. But first, let me just go over some IT participation stuff or attendee participation. Like any IT related issues can be sent to Jorge DeCampo, but I'm not sure if Jorge's online. If he's not, could Joseph or Mark put their email in the chat so that IT-related questions could be directed to them? You all have the ability to mute and unmute yourselves, but we would ask that everybody stay muted except during the Q&A period. And then during the presentation portion of each session, attendees can either enter questions into the chat box, and then please address the questions though to everyone. Make sure to scroll up to that everyone selection so that we can all get a chance to see them. And SPD staff, we're going to do our best to occasionally interrupt the presenter if there's any like burning clarifying questions. But most of the questions I think are going to be held until the discussion period. And then if there's not enough time to respond to all chat box questions during the workshop, the staff will collect the answers to those questions and circulate them to the service list after the workshop. During the discussion, please use the hand raise function to speak, and the moderator will do their best to call on attendees in order. After the question is asked, attendees should lower their hand. Let's see. I think that's all. And I think first I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Reynolds' office. Jake McDermott is going to give us some opening remarks, and then I'll return to our agenda.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see all of you. My name is Jake McDermott, and I'm one of Commissioner Reynolds' advisors that is assigned to the RDF for SMAP 2 proceeding. I want to thank SPD staff for setting this workshop up and to turn to the IOUs for preparing their white papers and proposals for this workshop. We're covering 2 topics today: tail risk for non-wildfire events and the granularity of tranches. I think Eddie will cover some of our expected outcomes for today, but I want to focus in on what our office is most interested in. With respect to the tail risk for non-wildfire events, I think it's no surprise to say that we spend a lot of time in this OIR and at this commission thinking about risk. This idea of quantifying and incorporating these tail risks for extreme events that are more general in nature and where we may lack specific data is an important topic of inquiry. Our office is particularly interested to hear from the parties about some of the soundest ways to address the tail risk from such events into ramp filings, and doing so in a way that prioritizes transparency, allows for an easy understanding of the risk mitigation options available, and will ultimately assist the Commission in working with stakeholders to find the most cost-effective solutions to these existing risks and safety concerns. Moving to our second topic on the granularity of tranches, building on the discussion among parties in Workshop 1, we recently made a conscious decision to include this topic in the scope of this phase of the proceeding. Our office understands the parties' positions on some of the early ideas related to the granularity of tranches, but for today, we want to hear from the parties about the best ways to address the granularity of tranches, which can support the leveraging of information and data that will lead to sound decisions, but doing so in a way that avoids what I'll term information overload. More information can certainly be useful to us as we deliberate and make decisions, but there can be a point where we have so much information at our fingertips that it becomes difficult to understand, prioritize, and to actually use. And that's why our office comes into this workshop today, wanting to understand and figure out a way to get this commission and all of the parties as much information as is feasible and frankly, useful. So hearing from folks today about getting the most useful information will be something that I'm looking for here. And with that, I'll hand it back to Eddie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jake. And actually, I wanted to ask if Judge Fogel or Judge Lakey had any comments or opening remarks that they'd like to make.
I'll just say hello. This is Kathy Fogel. I'm one of the assigned administrative law judges of this case, as I'm sure you all know. And I do expect to be able to be available for the whole workshop. And just to echo what Jake mentioned, and that we're really looking forward to the discussion and hearing from parties on these topics. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Okay. I can go back to the agenda. Let's see. So in the morning, as I mentioned, we're going to be dealing with the non-wildfire risk discussion for tail risk. I have it separated out as SEMPRA and SCE presenting separately. But actually, after kind of looking through their slides, I think they're going to be mainly doing a bit of a tag team back and forth on the topic. And so they will have a bit of time here in the morning to get through most of their slides. And then we'll have plenty of time, I think, for discussion, which should be pretty robust, I think, this morning. We will then have a break for lunch, and in the afternoon, will first present their proposal for granularity of tranches, and the joint IOUs will present, their own presentation or their own proposal on granularity of tranches. And then we have a nice long discussion period after the break. Again, as I mentioned, we can, as a group, decide if we're going to use that entire period, and we have until 4 o'clock, so we have lots of time to discuss this afternoon. Just a reminder that we've been, along a really long road. This is workshop 6. We've covered a lot of different ground in phase 3. I won't go over all of them in detail, and just a reminder that we're looking towards the spring of 2024 to further the content of phase 3. So, Jake's already highlighted some of the expected outcomes for workshop 6, but just in general, we're going back to talk about this concept of tail risk, which is low probability and high consequence risk events. We've already had a bit of a discussion in workshop 2, but that was primarily focused just on wildfire. So this is going to be an opportunity to talk about risks outside of that wildfire context. And then in the afternoon, the granularity of tranches, there's a bit of discussion about what the level of granularity should be with regard to tranches within RAMP and GRC filings. And one of the reasons that we talked about this, or that we are talking about this, is that it became a discussion point within workshop 1, which was also focused on the idea of post-test years and how tranches should be used to understand post-test year reporting of cost efficiency metrics. So today we're going to be considering what are the best approaches to granularity when designing tranches for risk assessment. And of course, we're interested in hearing feedback on how the Commission should provide more guidance on both of these topics. And then, if we need to provide additional guidance with regard to making changes in the RDF. So I think I will go ahead and shift us forward into the joint IOU's presentation on non-wildfire risks. Just wanted to see who would like to go first on the tag teaming aspect of this.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Jordan Addison from SDG&E. I'll be kicking off the tail risk presentation.
Okay, great. Take it away, Jordan. And if you just need to shift to a new slide, just let me know.
Okay, thanks, Eddie.
Yep.
All right, morning, everyone. Thanks for giving us some time today to speak a bit about IOU's position regarding tail risk, its importance to risk management and the RDF. Again, I'm Jordan Addison from SDG&E's Enterprise Risk Management Group. I'll be presenting the first portion of the content on tail risk. Then I'll hand over to Jeff Bunning from SoCal Gas to provide more specific operational examples of tail risk. And finally, more detailed concepts such as ALARP and risk attitude in relation to tail risk will be expanded upon by SCE. And this all corresponds with content presented in SDG&E's SoCal Gas tail risk discussion paper and the joint IOU paper with SDG&E, SCE, and SoCal Gas. We have a few key objectives in our discussion today. We want to present a high-level overview of why tail event mitigation is a critical focus of risk management, not just in the utility industry, but other industries as well. We want to provide our view on some of the limitations of viewing expected values as a foundation for risk management strategies. And we want in part, additional understanding on, upon the Commission and interested parties on how tail risk is a fundamental component of our approach, and set the stage for deeper discussion on elements such as ALARP and how that can be used to evolve the RDF while providing transparency into our risk quantification. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So tail risk isn't just fundamental to utility risk management, but it is a critical component of risk management across other industries, particularly those with similar infrastructure, complexity, and safety implications. In the interest of time, I won't try to dive too deeply into some of the details of those other frameworks, but one example I will highlight is the chemicals industry. In this industry, a safety integrity level index framework is often applied, which dictates that controls perform at an ultra low risk of failure, for example, 99.999% confidence levels for prevention of catastrophic events, not expected value events. Next slide, please. So tail risk isn't just fundamental to utility risk management. And so why does this matter in a more practical sense for the utilities? It's because the RDF, as we all know, was established largely in part following an event that we all view as a catastrophic tail event. While we've advanced our risk management and quantification methodologies over the years, as well as our ability to mitigate and buy down risk, we still see that safety and reliability concerns make tail risk prevention a core of our risk management philosophy. So, and we recognize due to the dynamic nature of risk and data limitations that we're all aware of, our best efforts to quantify these benefits, as expressed through benefit cost ratios, will have corresponding limitations and therefore must continue to be viewed as helpful and informative, but non-deterministic data points. Next slide, please. So fundamentally, we don't believe that anchoring the assessment of our investment effectiveness to expected value is appropriate. It's not holistically informed approach to risk management. Our probabilities of risk consequences, data points, extreme values are often based on historical data, SME input, and many assumptions. In the case where there's limited data or a lack of observed catastrophic events, the resulting expected value measurements will have similar limitations and a high degree of uncertainty. Furthermore, even if we have expected values that are objectively complete with perfect data, a reliance on them could lead to underinvestment in mitigations. So compliance, operational context, and sound business judgments are key components to help us build a holistically informed picture of risk. Next slide, please. So what does accounting for tail risk look like operationally? At a high level, we have a number of programs designed, frankly, to prevent disastrous outcomes and not simply address normal maintenance concerns or, for instance, institute run-to-failure approaches on the basis that something bad may not happen based on our historical observations. So 2 examples here, we have our SoCalGas's Integrity Management Program, which Jeff from SoCalGas will expand a little bit on those sorts of programs in a bit. And the other is SDG&E's Electric Reliability Program. So in both cases, we look at tail events as a basis for risk investment. This applies on both, and ultimately safety and extreme reliability events and prevention of extreme occurrences for those drive much of the risk management approach. Next slide, please. So again, our point of emphasis here is that our risk management approach is holistically informed and often anchored to the prevention of tail events, not expected value events. I say often because not all the company's risk exposures are of a catastrophic tail risk magnitude. For those risks, we calibrate our mitigation investments in order to allocate our limited resources, prioritize our investments, and we do consider affordability. You want to balance those with our safety and reliability concerns for our system. And we are aligned with the collective mission of all of our interested stakeholders here to have transparent calculations and reasoning when we identify tail events and potential tail events as drivers for our strategy. So now I'll hand over to Jeff. He'll be expanding into more specific examples of tail risk application to our investment approach and specifics on how this all could work with, for example, ALARP and risk attitude. Jeff, over to you.
Hi, Jeff. I think you're on mute.
And Ed, if you could advance the slide a couple too. Thank you.
We still can't hear you, Jeff. Sorry.
Okay, hopefully everybody can hear me now. Sorry about that, little technical difficulties.
That's okay. Works good. Thanks.
All right, my name, as Jordan mentioned, my name is Jeffrey Bunting. I am a project manager in enterprise risk management for SoCalGas. And what we wanted to do today is, as Jordan mentioned, is sort of just talk a little bit more in depth about the SoCalGas system and tail risk and sort of how we look at tail risk. I like what Jordan said. You know, one of the things that we want to accomplish here is not to say, look, tail risk is for everything, but there are some very real tail risks to our infrastructure, and we want to be able to consider those in the RDF process. So we definitely submitted our white paper. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read that. We're going to kind of highlight some of those details here, going into, you know, why we already currently look at tail risk in some instances and some mitigations, and why we think we should be able to continue to do that. All right, next slide, please. All right. So as Jordan mentioned, I think it's important to know we're here because of a tail event. The RDF was born from it, and the idea that we should never ever have one of those again. And so that is sort of the premise of this, and sort of some of the mitigations we do on the tail event is to make sure that this doesn't happen again, or we don't have a tail event, especially in the natural gas and the electric infrastructure. The SoCalGas system and why we consider tail is very unique. It's very big, and there are many different aspects of it. I can't get too detailed into it, but there are some parts of the system that are vulnerable in some areas, and those are perfect examples of why we do what we do. You know, you could have an incident on one part of the system, and anyone outside the operators wouldn't know about it, or you could have something on the system and everyone would know about it. And that's a very key point here, is that we've said this in the past too. Just because you haven't seen anything doesn't mean things aren't happening, or it doesn't mean things that can't happen. And so that's why we're going to talk about the integrity management programs, because that's basically what they're designed to do, is to mitigate those tail issues in various regards. So again, the whole point here is to showcase that a little bit. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about that. TIMP, DIMP, and SIMP are three programs that we do at the company at SoCalGas and SDG&E that are really primarily focused on hitting these catastrophic events, and how that looks. And this is not everything, this is not all inclusive, but the importance of it is that, for example, in TIMP, you run an inspection on the line, you're looking for things that could potentially fail or could potentially lead to something that could cause a line rupture. And so we target those things specifically and remediate them. And so that's one way we address tail operationally in the TIMP program. DIMP's the same way. We have specific programs in the DIMP that target assets that are more risky than other assets and could lead to potentially catastrophic events. Same thing in SIMP. SIMP's all designed about infrastructure and integrity, and making sure that we don't have an event like that. Again, or have a storage field taken out of operation. And the whole point of that, again, it's that we are doing these things not just because we're doing these things, because we operate in this environment that has these potentially catastrophic consequences if you're not allowed to consider them or allowed to address them. And also, I think it's important to note here that SoCalGas and SDG and all the other IOUs, we're also have federal mandates as well. So a lot of these TIMP and DIMP and SIMP are dictated by federal mandates. And one of the things we don't want to see here is that those things contradict. You know, if PHMSA comes out with an advisory board that says you should address a certain type of pipe, that's a good example of something we're going to continue to do, because we've been told federally that makes sense to address. So it's, again, it's very high level, but it's important to know about that in the integrity program. Can we go to the next slide? Thanks, Eddie. All right, so this is just one example, and we cite it here, and we cite it in the work paper, but essentially it's it's a study on kind of what happens if a LISO is limited or if a LISO is taken out of service. And I'm not going to dive into it too detailed, but basically it does present risks and reliability impacts to the Western energy infrastructure. And I think that the takeaway from that is we look like things like SIMP and other items that we look at tail consequences to make sure that the field isn't taken out, or this is just at least so specifically, even other fields have different characteristics too. And so if you have an event and you can't access a field, that will create a reliability issue and potentially a tail issue at that. So we just wanted to highlight that study. You can like I said, we linked it, but again, it's not just the financial impact, and that study's kind of designed at, okay, what happens if we don't have a LISO, and what kind of infrastructure improvements do we need to make? And that's in the neighborhood of 30 billion. I think that's important to note, but it's also, what if you didn't have it right now, and without those impacts or without those improvements, then yes, you would have a reliability impact. So next slide, please. So what's all this to say? We just wanted to give you sort of just a peek into kind of like why we think tail is important. We're already addressing it with some of these programs. The idea is that the RDF shouldn't limit what risk is really out there. The RDF should be a good representation, and it should be a holistic view of the actual risk to our infrastructure. And as Jordan mentioned, that's not us saying, well, let's do everything at the tail. That's, let's look at the things that are rightfully could lead to tail consequences and factor those into the RDF and the calculations thereof. This is about what we already do in operations, and also balancing what the RDF was intended to do, which is create, safe, reliable infrastructure for California. And we believe that factoring tail into that aligns with how we operate our business, and we'll continue to do that. So with that, I'm actually going to hand it over to Brian Landry from SCE, and they're going to continue the discussion with ALARP and another example.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. We're going to actually hand it over to Matt Muto, who's our Chief Dam Safety Engineer. Matt, do you want to do a sound check?
You hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Matt.
All right.
Go ahead.
Great. And let me just get my camera going, and let me know if you can see me. Oop.
Wait, just a heads up, your audio is coming through your phone.
Yes, it was really choppy when I was going through the computer, so I switched over.
Okay. Yep, now we can
there we go. All right, great. Okay, so if you can please advance to the next slide. I believe it's 22 in the deck. Good morning, I'm Matt Muto. I'm the Deputy Chief Dam Safety Engineer for Southern California, and in that role, I oversee a lot of the risk programs that we do to manage the safety of our dams. And our risk program actually started in 2009 and was modeled after the United States Bureau of Reclamation's risk program. They were one of the first users of risk in the United States, and their methodology, or one very similar to it, has been adopted by most of the dam owning federal agencies in the United States, such as the Army Corps of Engineers, and it's recently been incorporated into the FERC engineering guidelines. So for all of our FERC licensed dams, this risk informed decision making is now a regulatory requirement as of last year. So the guidelines, these risk guidelines are based on two interconnected concepts: that there is a level of acceptable or tolerable risk to society for obtaining a particular benefit, a tolerable risk, and that any risk above this threshold should be mitigated until it is tolerable or as low as reasonably practicable. And this is a methodology that can be applied to develop thresholds and establish tail risk metrics for low probability, high consequence events. And again, because the consequences of a dam failure are, so potentially so catastrophic. You just have to look at the failure that occurred in Libya earlier this year. Again, and also very relatively infrequent. So we don't have an opportunity to fortunately, to learn much from failures. And each dam is so individual. There's limits to what worldwide data can tell you. So it is always a tail risk, and it's something that's very difficult to quantify. And as such, it's managed differently than a risk that is more frequently occurring and maybe is better characterized by expected values. So I'll go a little bit through how this is managed in the federal methodology, which is what Edison is using. If you could jump to the next slide. All right. So the underpinnings of all the risk assessment is on identifying the specific ways a dam can fail. So the potential failure modes, which is really a series of events, including a initiating factor, which could be an earthquake or a flood, going all the way through to the development of an adverse consequence, such as a breach in the dam. And you develop a evaluation of the likelihood and consequence of each of these PFMs and plot it on what's known as an FN chart or a risk matrix. And you can see this to the right. Writing's a little bit fuzzy, but that's okay. So the important things to know about this chart, it's in a logarithmic scale. So each square is an order of magnitude. And on the y-axis is the annual frequency going from 1 × 10⁻1 to 1 × 10⁸8. So a 1 in 10 event to a 1 in 100 million annual event. And on the x-axis, the horizontal axis is the consequences in terms of weighted average life loss from the failure event. So that's considering all the different types of failure of permutations of scenarios, day versus night versus season. And again, you take a weighted average of that for that failure mode and develop that. And that goes from 1 at the left to up to 10,000 on the right. And again, that's just where it's plotting depending on your dam. It obviously goes as far as it needs to capture the consequences for your downstream users. Again, for most of Edison's dams, we do not have any located in densely populated metropolitan areas, or at least in close proximity to it. So we don't really get out to that farther area, but it is there, and it is definitely applicable for some of the larger dams around the world and in the United States. So the first zone we talk about is the one that's above the red line A and the green line C. And this is where risk is considered to be intolerable, except in extraordinary circumstances. You know, this is where you'd have a strong incentive to reduce the risk and take action. I should mention this, the way the framework is set up, there are identified zones, but these dividing lines are not hard and fast separators. There's really a continuum of risk, and which defines your justification to either mitigate or in some cases to understand the risk. In some cases, it's more appropriate to better understand it so you can make sure that you're appropriately targeting it and reducing uncertainties to make sure you're actually addressing the risk appropriately. So the first zone is this generally unacceptable or intolerable zone. Moving over to the next slide. The next one is and again, this is just a little bit. And these, I should mention that also, risk increases as you move up and to the right. So the product of the likelihood and the consequence. And the diagonal lines are lines of equal risk as defined by annualized life loss. So this red line here is at 1 fatality per 1,000 years. And that defines the kind of the lower bound of the intolerable region. On the opposite from that is the lower bound at B, which is 1 fatality per 100,000 years, or 2 orders of magnitude below that. And that is a generally tolerable region where risks are generally believed to be very low and can be tolerated, but it is something where you look for practical mitigations when feasible, even if you can't specifically calculate the benefit. An example would be safety signage in downstream areas, areas downstream of a dam. It's very difficult to calculate the benefit of it, but it's a moderate cost, and I think prudent, most reasonable people would agree that's a reasonable mitigation to have in place. So again, you look for practical, common sense mitigations in these. Even if they are low, you still want to make sure you're paying some attention to them. The other zone, the special consideration zone, and we can jump around a little bit. Sorry, the order got a little bit jumbled between what I had in my notes. So there's also the area that's defined by the green box C, which is the special consideration zone. So this is where the consequences are so extreme that even if you had the risk reduced to probability reduced to a very low level, you would still look at mitigations because the outcome is so unacceptable to the stakeholders. Now the challenge here is that often once you reduce the risk to that level, it can be difficult to reliably come up with practical methods to push it to lower levels. But it is something where there's at least a discussion of what can be done to mitigate these intolerable events. Moving to the next slide. And finally, there is the sort of the, okay, mix these up in my notes. There is the ALARP zone, which is between the lines A and B. So this is where risks are intolerable unless you demonstrate that you've satisfied the ALARP principle, the as low as reasonably practicable. You've done everything that can reasonably be done to manage the risk. And this is where, let's go back. These are the reference lines here, the A and B, were the ones used by the Bureau of Reclamation. They've subsequently been adopted by Army Corps of Engineers in FEMA guidelines, Tennessee Valley Authority, as I mentioned, the FERC engineering guidelines, and also international owners in Canada and Australia. So they've all adopted this. So there is precedent, but it is important to note that these guidelines, they do need to be, finally, what's acceptable needs to be determined by the stakeholders together. So, that is something that, others have used it. So that is a data point, but, you have to also determine whether or not that's good for, is it appropriate in this situation? I will say that because there is a regulatory component and FERC has adopted this, it's very unlikely that a more risk-seeking physician would be actually allowed to be used for dams in particular. But the general guidance is, you should look for what is the risk tolerance or the tolerability limits for the stakeholders that you're, the group of stakeholders that are for your particular situation, asset, or system. All right. So we talked a little bit about ALARP, about ALARP in these definitions. If you go to the next slide. So there's a framework that all these risk frameworks, whether with the Bureau of Reclamation or FERC or these international guidelines, have in common this need for just establishing the ALARP criteria, which you can go back to where we were. So again, that includes cost effectiveness, and actually the FERC definition has 5 elements. So the cost effectiveness of the risk reduction measures, the level of risk in relation to the tolerable risk guidelines. So again, I mentioned it being a continuum. So if you're plotting closer to that red A line, you've got, there's more you should be doing compared to being if you're sitting, down at the blue B line. the disproportion between the sacrifice in time, money, and effort in implementing the risk reduction measure and the risk reduction achieved. We'll touch more on that in the next slide. Recognize relevant good practice. This is an important one, is just looking at recognized guidelines or standards that are relevant to your structure and making sure you're satisfying this. So risk is not an excuse to omit, common, good practice engineering features from a design. Now, it can be difficult when you're dealing with an existing structure to go back and make it perform like a modern structure. But again, it's really looking at how well you're lining up with what we do today to engineer that system. So that's another important point, and often that's something you do even if you have you're plotting relatively low. You should be putting in these good practice features whenever it is feasible to do so. And the final element is societal concerns, as revealed by consultation with the community and other stakeholders. So again, the FERC guidelines look at primarily at life safety risk, but there can be questions such as the recreational benefit, the value of the reservoirs to the local community. So you really, some of these things are not going to be things that you can do in an engineering analysis by yourself. So you do need to get out and engage with the community and make sure you understand their impacts, their concerns, to bring that forward to understand whether or not. And again, that can also goes into particular retrofits and solutions that you're proposing. You have to understand the impact of implementing those on the community, especially for dams where it can be a very large disruptive project in a relatively remote community. It's important that you factor that in to risk management. So it's maybe not always the most cost-effective solution, but it's also one that respects the concerns of the local community. So next slide, and wrapping up my section fairly soon. So move forward to 27, I believe. Oh, good. So, one of the important things is there should not be a gross disproportionality of proposed costs. And disproportionality in this case does not mean it's a straight cost benefit. If it goes above one, it's bad. The FERC definition of disproportionality is actually defining your cost. It uses a metric of cost per statistical life saved. And it is comparing that to a benchmark value. One that's frequently used is the Department of Transportation value of a statistical life. So I think in 2022, that's $12.5 million. And the disproportion indicates the justification to take action. So in the FERC guidelines, FERC guidelines for dams, the example that they give shows that the sort of, if you're up towards the red line, you're kind of on the edge of the tolerable, intolerable zone. Your justification for the border between strong and moderate justification to take action is somewhere between, is right around a disproportionality of 2. So if you use 12.5 million as your kind of benchmark, that would indicate that anything that has an efficiency up to 25 million per statistical life saved would have strong justification. And the borderline for moderate and poor is up at 10. So anything beyond 125 million per statistical life saved would be considered to have very poor support for taking action. That changes as you move down, 2 orders of magnitude, as you'd expect, as you drop down to the line near. I'm sorry, I think I said B for the red line, and meant to do A. So the red line A. Now that drops as you approach the lower bound of that area, which is the blue line B, and you're 2 orders of magnitude lower in terms of risk. And now the border between strong and moderate is 1 there, so 12.5 million, and the border between moderate and poor is 3, so 37.5. So again, that's just where looking at how disproportionate your solution is. And again, looking at the other things that other factors in, what is the priority of this failure, of this particular failure mode or this dam compared to everything else you have within your portfolio. So that's all things that are considered when you're actually building the case to take a particular action. So another thing I will mention at this point is that we talked about good practice, and this is where the particularly the regulators can exert a lot of influence. So the state and the federal regulators for dam safety, and in many other of the activities that Edison engages in, have considerable latitude in determining what they are going to require of us, and they have varying levels of experience in making risk-informed decisions. So it can occur, it has, and it probably will in the future occur that we're going to be required to take approaches to address risks that are not the most cost-efficient from a risk mitigation standpoint, and sometimes that they will direct us to take action on items that have minimal risk reduction benefit. And it moves from a risk mitigation issue to a risk management issue to a compliance issue. So again, if the conversation remains just between SCE and the regulatory body, ultimately that the regulatory body is going to be the one that determines what gets done. So it's just something to point out that we don't have one of the differences between our implementation of risk and the one done by the Bureau of Reclamation, the Corps of Engineers, and others is they're generally self-regulated. So they are, balancing, their efforts and their resources with the risk to manage it. And it's not quite the same situation in this regulated environment. So, other factors that get evaluated in this is to, the duration of risk. So, how long is this going to persist for? Is this a periodic thing that only happens at during certain portions of the year, or is it a pervasive year-round risk? What's your availability of options? What is the field that you're picking from? There may be relatively few to look at. Creating new risks is always a concern when you're working with dams. Can you stage it in a way that you don't inadvertently create a vulnerability while you're partially completing this work? Adequacy of mitigation to future conditions, and this is something that climate change is very germane to, and something that we deal with in our CAVA filing for dams. And industry benchmarking, I think I mentioned, in addition to recognized guidance and good practice, that can also be looking at what your peers are doing in the same field. And also looking at the operational feasibility. So, if you've done something, how well are you able to maintain it? What is the effort? And that should also go into the cost calculation of the value per statistical life saved. You want to make sure the cost per statistical life saved. You don't want to capture just the effort to do that first implementation. You really need to capture all the costs associated with maintaining it going forward. And so I think what you want to say is that because this is a tail risk event, you can see there's a lot of judgment and a lot of, I would say, in some ways, conservatism in how you address it. And we're not assuming that, that we can just use the risk calculation by itself to drive decision making. It's very clear in the guidelines stated that it's a risk-informed decision, and that you need to account for both the uncertainty, all the unknowns that come up for this, based on just the low frequency of occurrence and all the things that you don't understand because it doesn't happen frequently. And the large consequences and just the relative intolerance for it. You can look at, for an example, at the Oroville failure, the Oroville spillway in 2017. Even though there wasn't a direct life loss from a breach of the dam, what you call a failure, it's been a huge event and had far-ranging impacts on the industry, to the Department of Water Resources. So, it's really, really that, you have to think about, even the getting close or a near failure event has significant consequences in it. And obviously the intolerability of an actual full dam failure is important. So I think I'll pass it back on to Brian to kind of just see how this ties in with our tail risk proposal. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. And just for everyone's awareness, Matt's going to stay on for questions in case we have any questions for Matt. If we want to advance to the next slide, just to close this out. Actually, the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. We have a conclusion slide. So I think throughout this presentation, stakeholders can see that, we provided several examples of why tail risk is important, both within the broader realm of risk management, but also specific to utility operations. We note that in the hydro example that Matt just presented, and also in the example that Jeff presented, there is a special consideration zone for low probability, high consequence events.
Hey, Brian,
Yes.
there's a pretty bad echo. I was wondering if Matt could mute his phone real quick.
Is this better?
Yeah, you must have muted it. I think it's probably better.
Okay, thank you. We note that an important starting point for tail risk is to understand risk tolerance and to clarify whose risk attitude is reflected. I think that's something that SE at least has put forward in comments throughout this phase of the proceeding, and we hope to unpack a little more in phase 4. We also note that in the context of tail risk and how it manifests itself to specific to individual risk events, in this example, gas operations as well as hydro, but there's other risks that this would be relevant to. We ask for continued flexibility in how we present our risk analysis and mitigation selection in the context of these tail risk events. We want to also point out that we will be providing proposed language and an updated proposal to modify RDF R.20-07-013 to allow utilities to present monetized pre and post consequences relevant to tail risk rather than expected value. This is in our workshop proposal. We think this is important because we know that a lot of state and federal policy guidelines, as Matt and Jeff also pointed out, are really more aligned to tail risk thresholds rather than expected value. The use of expected value would tend to underrepresent the cost effectiveness or the appropriateness of managing towards these catastrophic events. And with that being said, we'd like to just open up the floor for any questions that you may have germane to these two topics. We note that we already had a presentation by MGRA, Dr. Mitchell, on wildfire related risks. So we would just ask that we keep the questions in the context of these non-wildfire related risks. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Brian. I think we'll go ahead and answer or ask a few questions and then maybe try to take a break around 11:15. So Katie, I'll let you ask your question first since you raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend that this is a question. I'm gonna start with a comment and preface the questions of Dr. Feinstein. I just want to highlight that the language of R.24 does not prohibit or limit the ability of the utilities to present tail risk information. The utilities have the ability and the flexibility to provide all of the information highlighted today already under the language of the settlement. I would also add that all consequences of events should be informing the expected value. So to the extent that these large events could happen, not only can they present the tail risk, they also should be ensuring that the expected value is including in its weighting of consequences, major events like this. I also want to note that we understand that there are compliance obligations. The language of the settlement also provides and acknowledges for compliance obligations in R.26. I guess I would say to the utilities that they have the flexibility to provide this information should they want to provide it and turn in no Turn would urge the commission not to make changes that would limit the information provided. We shouldn't be not providing the expected value. We should be providing the expected value and the tail risk. All of that said, I know that Dr. Feinstein has some questions. And I think, today we're really trying to explore and understand the topics that have been highlighted. And we are not going to be, anything that is suggested today is not a final proposal for how something would be treated or how we think it should be treated. We're trying to kind of solicit conversation with the utilities to better understand concerns. So if this is the right time to shift to him, I know he had a couple of questions.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I'd imagine that Brian would have some comments in reply, but go ahead, Dr. Feinstein.
Thank you. I think there are several interesting things that came out of this presentation. First of all, it sounds like in the dam example that each one of the failure modes is a separate risk event. And if you're treating them all as separate risk events, there's nothing inconsistent in that treatment with the structure of the settlement. It also sounds to me like each one of those failure modes results in a catastrophic outcome, or at least an outcome using the attributes that we have that has relatively small variance in the uncertainty of the outcome. It therefore follows that the heuristic that we're using to measure risk spend efficiency, which is the product of the likelihood of the occurrence of the event multiplied by the expected value of the consequences before the mitigation, minus the likelihood of the event multiplied by the expected value of the consequences after the mitigation, is very readily, easily, transparently applied to this situation. So I don't understand what the argument here is about the difference between that and what you're calling expected value. So maybe you could clarify that for me, because it seems to me this fits perfectly. But then I observed something else. You have defined this notion of risk tolerance, and in the figures that you showed, there are bands of risk tolerance. That means that for you and the way you are thinking, risk tolerance is another attribute. It's an attribute of a risky situation. It's an attribute of a mitigation. And in fact, just like you could increase the risk reduction by saving lives, or increase the risk reduction by saving money, you could increase the risk reduction by moving from an intolerable situation to a tolerable situation. So in fact, the obvious way to incorporate what you are talking about in the structure of the RDF is just to call it another attribute. It is transparent, it is measurable, it is valuable, it is controllable by your mitigation, it is a consequence of doing a mitigation. Therefore, it follows immediately that it's an attribute no different than safety or reliability or financial consequences. And that's the way we usually use multi-attribute value functions to handle multi-attribute decision problems. Because what you've defined here is not a measurable or direct aspect of a failure or the likelihood of occurrence. You've defined something that's a characteristic of a mitigation. So I think I'd like to hear more about the definition of the risk event, the definition of the consequences of the risk event, particularly for the dam example, and the idea of introducing a new attribute that captures everything you need to know about risk tolerance. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll respond. Thanks for that question. So I think what you're highlighting here, Chuck and Katie, is that we need to really have a discussion about risk tolerance before we have a discussion on a lot of these other factors. I know we've kind of skipped ahead to risk scaling. We've kind of skipped ahead to monetization. Sorry, we don't use MEVF anymore. So I'm not sure if we can really make this an attribute. So I don't think that's a feasible solution. But what I would say is that, you know, this just highlights the importance of having this discussion about risk tolerance, whose risk attitude is being reflected, because again, risk tolerance could be defined or sort of codified or viewed towards a scaling function, which again, I think we've talked about a little bit. And then also understanding, you know, the concept of gross disproportionality. In this example, I'm going to hand it over to Matt to talk about specific risk events for hydro, but we want to continue this conversation about those two topics. Thank you.
Sure. And again, if I gave the impression that these are all well quantified with small uncertainties, I apologize, because that's not at all the case. Again, because these are very rare events and there's limited information on your specific dam, because your specific dam isn't the one that's failed in the past, hopefully. You're relying a lot on subject matter expert judgment, you know, complex computational models with large numbers of parameters that are difficult. You know, they can, depending on what you set up, can output almost anything. So it takes a lot of skill and a lot of judgment, engineering judgments, to both set those up and to interpret the results. So there's, and again, and the consequence, typically that standard practice now is to do modeling of how the water, you know, the breach itself, which again, the breach itself, the shape and the speed at which it forms is variable. So you make judgments there. How the water propagates downstream, there are again, lots of modeling parameters that go into that. And then how the downstream users are behaving. So you're modeling egress, you're modeling, you know, the population at the time of the failure. So there's a huge variability in that. So, you know, in risk management for dams, you are trying to get to the, you know, your best estimate of where that is, but you're treating these, you know, you're treating these not as if they're tightly defined data points, as there's guidance as to where these things are sort of clustered. And that's guiding and that's again, why we have things like disproportionality, why we have ALARP, is because there's all the things we don't know and can't reasonably capture at the current state of practice that need to be factored in. So that's again why it's treated a little bit differently. You know, we don't, you know, I can plot a point, but again, it's more of a, if you're doing the full quantitative analysis using your Monte Carlo simulations, it's these massive clouds. So you've got kind of the centroid of the risk, but it's you know, there's a lot in there, and it can span, you know, uncertainties can span an order of magnitude. So I hope that gave some. If there's other specific questions about that example, I'm happy to answer them.
So Dr. Mitchell has his hand up. I just wanted to make sure, Dr. Feinstein, did you want to reply to any of that, or could we go ahead and ask Dr. Mitchell to?
It'll be a very long discussion. What I hear is that it may be difficult for subject matter experts to assess a likelihood of a failure mode to occur. But that's the game we're playing. And so it has to be done. I don't see that any of this impacts the structure of the RDF, unless you're suggesting that you will use a different criterion than risk spend efficiency to decide among mitigations. And I also don't understand the comment that you made about the MAVF no longer used. It seems to me that it is. We still have 3 attributes. Those attributes are measured in dollars, but it's still a multi-attribute value function. So I'm confused about several things here, please.
Right, and I will defer to Brian on the MAVF comment. In terms of using risk, as I explained, ALARP is more than just risk spend efficiency. It is all those other elements: position on the risk matrix, the disproportionality of the effort compared to the risk reduction achieved, and also looking at the community concerns and the alignment with good practice. So again, that if we're saying we've done it as low as reasonably practical, it's not going to where it becomes inefficient, it's where it becomes impractical to mitigate further, is what, and again, this is not something that for dams at least, it's not something that's optional for our FERC licensed dams. This is what we are required to do now going forward. So, but yeah, that's sort of the ALARP framework. And now I'll defer to Brian on the question on the MAVF.
Yeah, what I'll say is if we just refer back to phase 2 of this decision, all the references to MAVF have been stricken and it's now replaced with monetized.
Just to clarify that the safety, reliability, and the financial attributes are still included within the RDF.
That's right, and they are monetized. That's correct.
One final comment on that, please. The fact that they're measured in dollars doesn't change the fact that they're multiple and separate attributes. So what we have here is a multi-attribute value function where all the natural units are dollars.
So what you're suggesting, Chuck, is that we have a separate risk tolerance for each one of those attributes? Because I think that's something we could agree to.
Absolutely not.
I
And
think
in
the
fact,
idea is Chuck, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you would have an additional attribute that would sort of be like an on-off switch. Is it intolerable versus tolerable?
So what you're saying is you can have intolerable fatalities, but you have a separate attribute that says tolerable something else?
no,
No. That's not what's being said.
no, that's not what's being said at all. That's something this is a technical question about how to build an attribute, which we need to discuss.
But what would be the attribute that's intolerable is what the question would be.
You have defined an attribute, you have defined an aspect of a situation using the logarithmic diagrams that take you from a tolerable level to an intolerable level to something else, or
based on
fatalities. 3 regions, A, B, and C.
Right.
If I remember right. And it is clear to me that those could be treated as if they were attribute, or as if that was an attribute with different levels.
Yeah, so if you go back to the chart, this is a specific attribute known as fatalities. And there's a tolerance level for fatalities. There could be a separate tolerance level for reliability. Could be a separate tolerability, risk tolerance for the full monetized value. So I think you're maybe misinterpreting the chart. If we
Not
go back
impossible.
to the chart.
Yes, not impossible.
Yeah.
Thank you. But I think a
noted.
discussion about this might be of some interest.
Yeah, so if you look at this chart, this is actually just looking at an attribute for fatalities.
Yes, but if you look at the risk level, when you combine all of the attributes, it seems to me that we could capture
The only
all of
attribute
this
here
at a
is
single
fatalities.
index.
That's it.
Okay. Chuck, I think we should we hear we appreciate the conversation. And I think we will potentially have more questions, but we can move on for now.
Yeah, that's fine. I think a lot of this conversation is also going to continue when we get to phase 4 and we talk about risk tolerance as well. So, Dr. Mitchell, if you wanted to jump in here real quick with your question, go ahead.
Thank you. It's a great discussion. I just wanted to sort of frame and ask questions around the definition of catastrophic, because I'm hearing it over the years sort of be toned down and expanded. So for instance, a loss of over 5 homes becomes catastrophic. No doubt it is for the people who lose their homes. But you then lose the word to discuss what happens when you have 10,000, 20, or 50,000 homes lost. And the reason for that being important is that I think there's a lot of potential catastrophic events are highly rare, highly uncertain, and we may not really have captured them yet. Just some examples, if we're talking in the hydrological area, if there is a major atmospheric river event that could simultaneously threaten multiple dams at the same time, have the risks of that been worked out? High intensity solar flares, we know what those can do to transmission infrastructure. Have consequences and mitigations been talked about for those? For major earthquakes, what is the recovery path? and cyber attacks. So there's a number of these that have a extremely large potential loss, and it's not clear whether you can, to what degree you can handle them in our standard risk model. I think you have to actually understand through scenario modeling exactly what you're looking at. Then you can go back and say, well, can we handle this in a normal risk way, or do we have to do special treatment? Now, one type of special treatment is known as the precautionary principle, and that's when you have something that is that uncertain and ultimately disastrous, and you don't really know about it. You should take, even though you can't really do accurate risk calculations or reasonable risk calculations because the uncertainties are too large, you should take mitigation in order to prevent what you can, if they're reasonable mitigations, of that extremely bad event from happening. So yeah, that's what I think, I'd like to see more is, do we have contingency plans in place? Do we have scenario analyses in place? And how do these feed into the risk modeling itself? Is it being done on a special case basis, or is it being done as part of standard risk modeling? Thanks.
Yeah, Dr. Mitchell. So I like where you're going here. I can totally feel this, and I want to keep this chart up just to respond to that. There is a point where you can always have a worse event, right? So that's where if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of this special consideration zone, once you cross a certain threshold, you should actually do, and we agree with you, do scenario analysis of what is the possible contingency that could happen. And it's important to categorize those scenarios into these different spaces here. And I'll give you an example. You mentioned cyber. Would you treat a cyber attack by a state actor in the same way as you would a normal data breach? I don't think any rational person would. But you can see how plotting those two on this continuum and then using an average of those two would probably not be appropriate either. You'd want to have some special consideration for that non-state actor, right? Or in the case of songs, or you'd want to have some nuclear safety standard that may be different than the middle of the curve here. And I think that's the point where we're coming to, and it becomes more about SME judgment and about understanding those potential failure modes within these quadrants. Now, specific to gas and specific to hydro, I'll invite Jeff and Matt to talk about that, to your point. Thank you. I don't know, Matt or Jeff, if you guys want to give an example from your experience with gas or hydro, I think that would help also.
Sorry, everyone. Still having technical difficulties, but hopefully you can hear me now. But yeah, I agree with you, Brian and Dr. Mitchell. I think that makes sense in looking at scenario-based analysis for certain things, right? Like when we look at this, if you look at the system and say the gas system as a whole, you can't just take the expected value of what you think is going to happen. We line that out in our paper and say, well, just because we haven't had an incident doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But there are certain parts of the system. What happens if, like a seismic event, you lose these two critical lines? What would you do then? Which, you could take out a large portion of the state. So yeah, I agree with you, Brian. I agree with you, Dr. Mitchell. I think that's important, and we do factor that and want to continue to factor that into our analysis moving forward.
Yeah, I think an example, one thing I can think of that might apply for hydro is for our dams, a lot of the population at risk is seasonal. It's associated with people camping and recreating. And so, in the winter months, there's no one there. So again, the impacts are minimal. But, if you take that same failure and if it occurs in the middle of summer or on a holiday or a weekend, you could have, many thousands of people there. So again, you really do not, you can be misled if you just average those things out and don't see that, there's a possibility of having a really massive loss there that might be in some point disguised because of the seasonality of the occurrence. So it's important to kind of track those things, at least be aware of it in your decision making and your thought process for how you're going to mitigate. But agree that, you know, there should be, again, that's sort of what ALARP is about. The, you know, preventative principle is really, you know, looking for anything that's you know, you can't claim to the public that you've done that you're managing it safely unless you've done everything that's reasonable to reduce the risk. And that's what you're looking at. And again, you know, that can be a fuzzy line, but it is looking at those things as what's commonly done. What's the efficiency of trying to what are your options, and what's the efficiency of the next incremental reduction from where you are. So, but it is you know, for dams, it's not less of a metric, and it is often determined as you know, in the Bureau of Reclamation and others, you talk about the decision and making the case. So you, rather than look at a single metric for it, you build an overall case that demonstrates that you've done some deep thinking on this, that you understand it, and you you know, really put a thoughtful proposal together on how you're gonna manage it going forward.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I just noticed we're at 11:16 now. Vincent, I know you have your hand up. Do you want to hold it for after the break, or do you want to make just a quick comment?
No, we can hold it for after the break. That's good.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just have a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:26, 11:25. We also have some more structured questions that some of them have been.
I am back. Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Yeah. Well, I think we're good to go ahead and start up. So why don't you go ahead and ask your question, Vincent? We like I said, we have some additional questions prepared, and I have some clarifying questions of my own. So, but go ahead, Vincent. Let's
not so much questions. I just want to reply to some of the comments that we heard. So I'll start off first on regarding the use of the term MAVF. So I just want to clarify that a little bit from our standpoint anyway. Basically, do agree with Dr. Feinstein that MAVF does stand for multi-attribute value function, right? However, at the utilities, at least at PG&E, we use the term MAVF to basically kind of reference, you know, the risk scores in riskless risk units or scoreless risk units. So to us, you know, the change from MAVF reporting scores in riskless risk units to dollars, monumental change. You know, from an academic standpoint, maybe it's just a minor concern, but you know, from a real perspective, it is a monumental change. And so that's how we use the term MAVF. Just on a lighthearted note, to kind of give you some kind of background, some context, you know, lighthearted note. A long time ago, I interned in this corporation called Union Bank of Switzerland. Long time ago, Union Bank of Switzerland. And then halfway through the internship, the dude comes up to me and tells us, "Okay, we're not the Union Bank of Switzerland, we're UBS." And I'm like, "Well, what does UBS stand for?" She says, "UBS stands for UBS." So basically, you know, regard the term MAVF in that context. It doesn't really stand for, I mean, it does stand for multi-attribute value function, but we're not thinking about that when we say MAVF. We're thinking about the riskless risk units. So the second point I wanted to bring up was basically, I think Katie at Turner mentioned about the use of the expected value and how it captures, you know, the extreme scenarios are captured in the expected values. Our concern there is that, you know, the set of consequences that make up the extreme, the expected values are not unique, right? Basically, it's like if you see an expected value of one fatality, it could come from multiple distributions. It could be basically, you know, a risk situation where you have 1% chance of 100 injuries and 99% chance of no injuries. Or it could be from another risk situation where you have 0.1% chance of 1,000 injuries and 99.9% chance of no injuries. Those both have the same expected value. And we don't manage to averages. We don't manage the expected values. We need to look at the actual outcomes. So that's the situation with the expected values, right? You can't recover the extreme situations, the things that you're really concerned about just by looking at the that expected value. Last thing I wanted to mention was Dr. Feinstein's kind of suggestion on incorporating some of these A-log framework as attributes. And if possible, can we kind of flip back to one of the slides with the different lines here?
There you go.
Yeah, so basically, flipping back to this, I think it's definitely clears things up for me anyway when I think about it. It's like, what does the red line represent? What does the blue line represent, right? So, when we think about probabilities and stuff like that, we always talk about, the distribution, the normal distribution has the curve, whatever the bell-shaped curve, and the log normal has a different kind of curve. Those lines that you see there, that red line, that blue line, those are basically an alternative way to describe a probability distribution. So basically, where you can draw a curve, where you can draw the bell shape in one circumstance with different probabilities on the y-axis and outcomes on the x-axis, you can flip that chart around to draw a line. So basically, in fact, if you look at this diagram, it's kind of instructive because you look at the red line, right? You can see the red line here. You look at it. Basically, it's a straight line. It has a slope of -1. And, kind of thinking about it, right? It's like, well, have we seen a probability distribution that red line's implying? Well, yeah, we have, because basically this line, which I believe this is basically a line that comes from a FERC requirement, right? So basically that line with slope of -1, what probability distribution does it represent? Represents a power law distribution, right? Power law distribution has a slope of -1. So basically what FERC is saying is basically that they not only, when they look at it in a probabilistic kind of space here, it's like not only do they look at the expected values, but basically what kinds of distributions are acceptable. So to me, it's saying basically it's a statement of what kind of distributions we should be able to make it tolerable versus intolerable. So and if you look at that, in our opening comments, for one of the topics, we had kind of talked about what we call pathological distributions, right? Basically, distributions, and the pathological because they have these really concerning characteristics that don't work well with the RDF. So power law is pathological because it has an infinite mean. It just have an infinite mean and have numbers and have meaningful numbers in the rest of your RDF. But are there other pathological distributions that are out there? And basically, if you look at this chart, right, it's kind of hinting that there are other pathological distributions that are out there, because power distribution basically is this -1 slope all the way down. But if you look at this chart, after a while, it kind of goes vertical. So basically, with interpreting, basically, is that there are going to be these other pathological situations out there, and it's the distributions that define whether these situations are pathological or not. So when we see these pathological distributions, then that's what Dr. Mitchell comments makes a lot of sense, right? We can't rely on just the pure RDF kind of framework, expected value framework. You need to be more robust, right? Because basically, those numbers don't work too well. High uncertainty, as Dr. Mitchell mentioned, and that's where you need to bring in, kind of the other frameworks that you're talking about. Looking at failure modes, looking at different ways, scenario analysis to manage those risks, right? So I think that's why using it as representing these lines as attributes, don't know that's the way to go, because there are statements about what kind of probability distributions are acceptable. So those were my. comments?
Sure. So I see that Dr. Mitchell has his hand up, and I saw Brian turned his camera on. I don't know.
I just wanted to just echo Vincent's points. I think he makes some very good points, and I'll cede to Dr. Mitchell here.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Mitchell.
Great. Yeah, I think those are important points. I'd like to sort of just slightly elaborate on these extreme functions and so forth that where we have the high uncertainty. I think in the wildfire situation where we worked it to death, I have more confidence about being able to connect the extreme and the moderate because we have functions that do represent it, that kind of relationship. We argue about whether that's accurate or whatever, but there is at least a functional approach that can be taken with it that links risk calculation to extreme events as well. With some of these others, I think it's sort of unknown territory. And if you do or were able to develop a good statistical or predictive model for when these events occur, what frequency, what their drivers are, and so forth, then it becomes more feasible to connect that back into the lower risk regions. Another option, if you just can't do that, is to look at some of these extreme events as independent risks as of themselves and just handle them separately. So that's what I had to say on that. Thanks.
And Vincent, go ahead and respond, but I think I'm going to move us into some other questions here in just a second, but go ahead.
I think we kind of mirror Dr. Mitchell's kind of opinion, right? In fact, I think it's the other way around, right? Really, I think basically we need to be more robust in our risk management, right? So I think really the onus is on basically we need to show that the risk is something that's not pathological before we can start leaning in on the RDF framework, right? We need to demonstrate that, hey, whatever risk we're dealing with is actually, has a mean, has a variance, has a third moment, so on and so forth. And then once we establish that it is in fact a suitable candidate for the RDF, then we can use it. Otherwise, we need to be more robust in terms of we need to have all these other approaches out there, scenario analysis, all these other things that we can do to manage the risk. Otherwise, I think we might be improperly using this framework when the situations really don't justify it.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what I'll say is a couple of points, just based on the two comments. If we go back to the chart a bit, just 1 second, go back to the chart. If you look at it here as a consequence, if you look at the attribute, in this case, fatalities, average loss of life, if you note there can always be something more extreme than this. So it's important to establish that sort of demarcation point, that green box there, to identify, hey, what's my risk tolerance level? So I think that's one way to handle these sort of pathological distributions with an infinite, distribution and infinite tail, if you will, especially as both your points, there's some risks that are just, hopefully we don't see these events to get that longer tail. The second point I'll make is this is also important criteria where it's hard to discern what a future state probability would be. And this is going to be really germane to when we think about climate change and future population growth. So right now we're basing these decisions on today, the state of the system today, but we have to also consider the state of the system in 20, 40, 50, or in the case of dams, 100 years, where the climate's going to change, the potential for, downstream values at risk are going to be increasingly. So the risk tolerance may be changed directly. The asset may stay the same, but the risk tolerance in that location may change over time. In the case of dams, right? So I'm going to pick on some of the big dams we have in the Sierras. There probably wasn't a lot of downstream population at one point in time. And, using this framework, it may not have made any cost-effective sense to perform any mitigations, if you will. But as we get a lot more population downstream, as you get a lot more environmental influences over time, it's going to matter. So in the context of that, the consequences may change, but the risk tolerance toward those consequences will likely have to have some demarcation point. So I know we're going to talk about this more when we talk about risk tolerance in the context of climate change. We're talking about it a lot, but climate change is going to change both the skewness, the kurtosis, and the range of all these distributions, or all of the above. So that's really important. And that's why I wanted to bring out this chart as an example of another way to look at it, rather than just the conceptual way of probability distributions. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. So we do have a couple of additional questions that we wanted to put to both parties and to the presenters today. And I think the first, it goes to Sempra's white paper that, you know, they I think several times are mentioning that there's aspects that are definitely characterized by tail risk, among them wildfire prevention. But then I think we've gone into the gas integrity management and electric integrity management, especially reliability. And are these objective criteria that can be used to identify utility risk areas characterized by tail risk? And if so, what are they? Those objective criteria, what are they? And I can put that to either you know, SoCalGas or SDG&E. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I can take it, and I think others might be able to jump in. I think maybe just one of the things is clarifying on like objective criteria, but what we mean when we talk about aspects of the system is kind of what I mentioned before. There are definitely parts of the gas system that feed large areas that are singularly fed. Meaning if something happened in one particular line, you would see a lot of customer outages. There's also kind of what we've already talked about with Dr. Mitchell, and this idea that what if something here and here happens, and Brian mentioned it too. So those are sort of criteria that we use internally to look at parts of the system and go, well, is this part of the system have a higher likelihood of having some sort of event like this? So that's what we meant when we wrote that particular language there.
Okay. Any other thoughts from Sempra on that? Or if not, we could move to the next question, which I think we've kind of been batting this idea back and forth about both ALARP and risk tolerance, and the fact that it still needs.
Hey, Eddie.
Yo. Who's that?
Hi, it's Jade from SDG&E.
Oh, go ahead, Jade, please.
Sorry, I was on mute there. Yeah, I'd love to weigh in as well. And you know, one clear way to objectively identify tail risk, much like we've discussed today with the RDF's genesis, is when the tail risk event presents itself. So after a disruptive event in electric operations, usually involving threats to safety or critical reliability, the operational leaders hold after action review sessions, AARs we call them. It's common takeaway from these reviews, and the self-driven management corrective action is put in place, that we seek to understand the root causes of those events, including component or equipment failures. It's common that some element of the event is identified as preventable, and proper investments in training and/or infrastructure should happen expeditiously. I believe the Commission holds us accountable to this as well. Per GO 95 Rule 31.1 that we commonly reference, it reads in part, for all particulars not specified in these rules, design, construction, and maintenance should be done in accordance with accepted good practice for the given local conditions known at the time by those responsible, end quote. So as a result, the engineering teams get together, we work closely with GIS data professionals, we query the system, we try to identify where these issues may manifest systematically, and we build programs rapidly to take care of them. I think operating in this manner gives us the ability to gather empirical data, informs the manufacturing industry as well of those defects, and leads to continuous improvement for product longevity and public safety. I think this practice saves our ratepayers money over time, limits and limits to the best of our ability the risk exposure experienced by the public and our workers. As an operational leader, I'll say I expect my staff to be vigilant and continually learn and grow from these experiences because they can save lives of others. reading into the question of objective criteria, I want to say for sake of transparency as well, the RSAR illustrates these occurring through emerging mitigations, those identified and implemented off-cycle from ramps. We don't file ramps annually, as we know, and by design. However, in between off-cycle, we do need to ensure that we're keeping up with these risks as they develop. And so as we identify them, we need to prevent them, kicking into place mitigation programs to prevent those catastrophic things from happening. Thank you.
Great. I see Dr. Mitchell has a question, but I wanted to take this opportunity to ask a quick question. There was a lot of discussion about federal mandates for different aspects of tail risk. I was just wondering, like, for instance, does PHMSA recognize tail risk in pipeline risk management? And how is it addressed? Do they have objective criteria that could then characterize tail risk within a pipeline, for instance? So that goes to, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely not the expert. Our integrity folks are, and they're not on the call, but we can circle back on that question. I think there definitely, at least in my own experience, I'll say at least indirect implications of tail. And one of the examples I can give is kind of how the DIMP program set up. It basically states in layman's terms, like, you should have a DIMP program that's prudent as you as an operator. However, what that looks like is not necessarily spelled out. So yeah, I think there's something there, and we can circle back on that and take a look. But yeah, that's my initial thought on it.
Okay. All right. Dr. Mitchell, go ahead.
Sure. Just a quick comment on Jade's point regarding root cause analysis as a risk reduction, and that's extremely important to do that. But the case, I want to sort of delineate that case from some of the catastrophic risk we're talking about. Where you're looking at root cause analysis, you're looking at known risk events that have a potential for catastrophic outcomes. And at some level, you have that under control. You also need to look at drivers that maybe you have not seen yet, that would not have given you stuff to look at to see, oh, how can we fix this? This might lead to this problem. It's more that what kind of external driver or event might cause catastrophic either damage to the system from the system that are, it's just not in our records, and we don't have a way to address it. And so specifically things like hydrological massive events, solar events, that type of thing. Thanks.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to chime in with Dr. Mitchell there. I think that's it. We agree with that, and that is some of the I mentioned earlier. PHMSA does come out with advisory bulletins and things that we might not look at, but are presented to us because of another incident somewhere else. A perfect example is the Columbia gas incident. That was something that doesn't necessarily apply to us, but it gave us lessons learned and things we should address. And the same thing with like seismic and geohazard. PHMSA will say you should be looking at geohazards and things like that. So I just wanted to chime in to say that I agree with Dr. Mitchell on that, and we do take that into consideration.
Okay. I'm going to move us to the next question then. As I was mentioning, there's been a lot of back and forth about ALARP and risk tolerance, and that we're going to be discussing it in phase 4. But what exactly, and I think this goes to SCE as well. What are you proposing in terms of sequencing or combining consideration of tail risk and risk tolerance framework topics?
Hey,
Yeah,
this is Jordan. So I'm
go ahead, Jordan.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh,
Okay, I'll start then. All right.
We're back and forth. Go ahead.
Tennis.
All right. So yeah, and Brian alluded to this earlier. So in terms of sequencing, we think risk tolerance should be defined first, and then exposure and tail risk mapped accordingly, but put it succinctly as possible in terms of sequence.
Yeah, I just ditto what Jordan said. I think it's important to establish that risk tolerance level so we can understand the relative tolerability and the gradient before we understand what tail risk is.
Okay, great. Did anyone else want to weigh in on that? Yeah, go ahead, Judge Fogel, please.
Yeah, hi. Okay, yeah, actually, I think the question was, I think if I'm not mistaken, the responses there were referring to sort of how operationally a utility might, model the issue. And I think the question is more to the policy, the regulatory decision-making process, which was mentioned a couple times in the paper, that these are intertwined issues. And, so if you could comment on the question from a regulatory or policy making perspective, what you're proposing in terms of sequencing or combining consideration of these topics.
Yeah, with that context, Your Honor, what I'll say is we believe it's important to establish within the context of frameworks like a LARP to establish a risk tolerance level, and that the tail risk be identified then subsequently based on a distribution or based on scenarios.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I guess well, we weren't able to see, a specific proposal here with regards to the tail risk proposal. It seems to be that it's likely to be something, I think we can anticipate it, but if you could speak to that, that might help us understand.
Yes, what we're going to propose, and we'll put this in more cogent terms in our updated white paper, is in lieu of having the expected values being the standard by which utilities are beholden to make sure that the benefit cost ratio is directly in proportion or related to the appropriate risk tolerance level germane to that specific risk, however it be established.
So I think that does dive in actually into this next slide, which was asking us, I mean, I understand that you guys would like to enter the specific language into your, post-workshop report, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what that language actually looks like here. I think it would help with the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have anything more concrete to share with you guys, but it would be more, we just don't see the value of providing additional expected value information if it doesn't represent the true risk event that we're trying to prevent. Okay. So we're proposing to modify it that, that the value that is provided represents the risk tolerance level specific to that risk event.
And Katie, I saw you come online, so go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to flag, if risk tolerance is not even a discussion point until the next phase, is that sort of language change? I guess I feel like we haven't had, at least I haven't had enough of an understanding of how the utilities plan to incorporate risk tolerance to be able to have feedback that's productive and positive, rather than just I can't support that, if that makes sense. Like, I'd like to have a conversation, and I feel like without more discussion of risk tolerance, it's hard for me to have a conversation about that.
I hear that, and also I had a question while I believe it was while Semper was actually presenting. There was a point where they were saying that the point of the RDF isn't to limit the risk, limit our understanding of the risk that's out there. And what I was confused by was, I've put some of the language that I think Brian is referring to in from row 24 here, and I wasn't quite sure how this language would limit a utility's ability to factor tail risk into their business and into the way that they manage risk.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think what we found is that there could be parties that would say no, instead of using the tail value, which represents the true risk event and the benefit cost ratio related to that tail value, that you should use the expected value instead, which would not represent the risk event. And I think that's pretty clear from our presentations that that's not what we're managing towards.
Sure, but currently the way that this is presented is that both could be presented for the decision makers to view. Is that correct? Both the tail risk and the expected value.
The way it reads, that is correct. We just don't see as utilities why we would need to provide that additional point of information.
Go ahead, Katie.
I guess I just feel like that it presupposes arguments that are going to be made. It limits the discussion of things. You know, one of the issues that Turn has highlighted in the past is anchor bias and the informational asymmetry between the utilities and interveners, like Turn and others. And it's not the utilities' role to determine what Turn or any other party's position is, and we're allowed to disagree with one another. And it's the role of the commission to make that decision between us. And I guess, you know, this language was in the settlement, it's in the RDF, and it's specifically to allow for that conversation and back and forth.
I think what I'm hearing is that, oh yeah, go ahead, Judge Fogel.
Yeah, I appreciate the back and forth here. I think it's possible that this may not be the appropriate time for a commission decision on this issue, given what you said, Brian, that the utilities plan to propose something related to risk tolerance for specific risks. And we haven't had a robust discussion of risk tolerance at all. And so it may be that it's not, we have to defer, you know, deeper consideration of this till we've had that discussion. And I would add that I am somewhat troubled by the response to the question about objective criteria to identify such potential risks that are subject to tail risks more frequently. And again, without having had that discussion of risk tolerance, it's very wide open, you know, in terms of which risks the utilities are proposing this would apply to. I don't think it's practical to wait till a catastrophic event happens and then say, oh, well, that risk has to, you know, be subject to risk tail risk approach as well. So anyways, just some thoughts about the discussion, and it has been interesting.
Yeah, Judge Fogel, we agree with that position. We've advocated to have this discussion about risk tolerance consistently throughout the proceeding. And this is, to your point, this is exactly why we hope to have that conversation. There are both quantitative and qualitative factors that go into that risk tolerance discussion and also that tail risk discussion. We've seen it with wildfire, we've seen it with hydro, we've seen it with a whole number of factors. And we're, as utilities, grappling with how do we appropriately address some of these issues without having that conversation first. So we can appreciate your perspective that you're bringing. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Judge. Sorry, Dr. Mitchell.
Yes, I totally agree that the risk tolerance discussion is way overdue. But I would like to point out that while we're going to have that discussion, some of the actual, you know, implications are going to be deeply explored in Edison's GRC, because some of their risk analysis is outside of the standard framework. So before this group can actually come to any sort of decision on it, and it's actually going to be fought out in the fields at some level. So if people are interested in this topic, would strongly recommend that they pay a lot of attention to the SCE GRC as it's litigated through its process.
Great. Thanks for that. And I think ultimately we're building a record here on you know, specifically the tail risk topic, but it also is beneficial for a lot of the phase 4 topics, including the topic of risk tolerance for the future. So let's see, I think I'll move on to the next set of questions. They're a little bit more clarifying questions. I think that Brian and Matt, I think you guys talked at length about FERC's, requirements, and that SCE is currently using those requirements for thresholds. But I was wondering if any of the other utilities other than SCE, yeah, maybe I should ask first, are those thresholds actual requirements for all hydro dams, or is it possible for the utility to, make different interpretations on those thresholds?
So those guidelines apply to all FERC licensed dams in California. Now, the requirement for risk analysis just went, they finished their update of their to the Code of Federal Regulations, went into effect last year. So it's something like a 10-year rollout to get it across the country. So I know this year we are doing one. I believe PG&E has one.
When you say one, what are you referring to?
A risk analysis. So they're going on a dam by dam basis. So all the jurisdictional dams subject to their Part 12D independent consultant safety inspections all now include a risk analysis component. So apologies. So we had one dam where that analysis has been performed this year. I believe PG&E has one. I think Sacramento Municipal Utility District. So again, among the FERC owners, it's being used. There may be others that are voluntarily. Actually, Department of Water Resources, I believe, also has one, and they've been using risk sort of in the following the Oroville incident. They've moved into to increasingly using risk principles to manage their dams. So DWR definitely is a user of it. And I believe there are other utilities that are using it, but those are the ones that I know of right that I can speak to right off the top of my head.
Okay, great. Yeah, Judge Fogel, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think thanks for that background on who's using the ALR risk framework. I think the question goes to the specific thresholds included in the example. Are those specified by the relevant regulators, or are those developed by the?
That is correct. That is those are within the FERC risk-informed decision-making guidelines, and also in the echo what's in the FEMA guidelines for federal dam safety risk management. So those are provided to us. Now, again, they don't specify things like a limit on disproportionality. And some of the factors like good practice are a little bit more open to judgment. But the location of the oh, sorry.
No,
Brian,
if you want to.
Okay, you can hear. Okay. The location of the risk lines on the chart is defined by FERC.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Katie, go ahead. We're pushing over the noon lunchtime, but
Yeah.
go ahead with your
It's a fast clarifying question. Are links or references to the FERC and FEMA guidelines in the white papers? I apologize for not remembering off the top of my head. And if not, can those be in the updated version?
They are, Katie, but I'll put it in the chat as well, just so everyone has them.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
On that moment of collaboration, let's maybe move to a lunch break. We do have these other additional questions here. I think we actually heard a little bit about the integrity management programs earlier from Jeff, and so I think I'll skip that question. I do have this question about Aliso Canyon. If somebody from SoCal Gas would have the inclination of answering that question, perhaps in the chat, I would appreciate that. I would just be interested. Oh, go ahead, Jeff, if you just real quick want to.
There we go. Hopefully, we go. Yeah, for that one, I think the WEC study focuses mostly on like reliability and resiliency concerns of it. I think what we would say to that is that a safety incident within Aliso Canyon or something happening, you know, at a storage field could definitely produce the same results, right? If you take the field out or there's something that we can no longer withdraw or inject. So there are safety implications of it, but I just want to make the clarifying statement that the WEC study itself is mostly focused on the limitations of Aliso Canyon that were placed in 2018 and the reliability thereof.
And those limitations are about the amount of gas that can be stored at Aliso Canyon, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so, yeah, I'm still not quite sure what the safety implication is, but I guess.
I think more just that if there's a safety incident at the field, for example, like so Aliso Canyon was mostly, you know, reliability and environmental, but if there's a different incident that happens within the field, maybe a pipeline rupture above ground, that would still, like say if your dehydration system was taken offline with some sort of safety concern or an outside party acted to take that out, and obviously that caused safety impacts, that would then have these reliability impacts. And I think more importantly than the downstream effect of that, like if you lost or your inability to serve many customers, that could definitely have a safety impact downstream to customers.
Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna wrap us up then and head us into lunch. Were there any other final thoughts or questions? If not, then we can go ahead and stop the recording, and I will see everybody back here. Let's go ahead and try to start at 1. Thank you, sir. So we're going to come back from lunch and jump right into the discussion of granularity of tranches. Welcome, Eric. Missed you this morning. And let's, yeah, I'll just hand it right over to Katie and Eric. So you guys take it away.
Great, thank you. We just want to go to the next slide. As we included in our turns comments on workshop 1, we think that in general, the utility presentation of their risk mitigations would benefit from additional granularity. From our perspective, and I think we all seem to agree to the idea that the RDF is relatively clear in what the requirements are, but disagree that there has been sufficient granularity provided. So I think that there is some room where we need to meet. But the RDF does lay out the requirements for granularity within the presentation of risk mitigations. It defines tranche as a logical disaggregation of a group of assets, physical or human, or systems into subgroups with like characteristics for purposes of risk assessment. It then in line 14 requires the utility to break out their assets into tranches. The tranches should be based on how the risk and assets are managed by the utility. And the utility is to present information on how their tranches were developed. But very importantly, it says for the purposes of the risk analysis, each element, asset or system contained in the identified tranche would be considered to have homogeneous risk profiles, i.e. considered to have the same lore and core. And I think that last little bit for us is what's really important, is that each tranche, the assets that are considered together should have the same lore and core. And their, lore and core is each are, separately impacted by the physical characteristics of the asset, by the location of the asset, by the location of things around the asset. And so for that, we should be having tranches that are granular enough to sort of reflect these differences. We want to go to the next slide. So as I have shown or started to discuss, TURN is concerned that that insufficient granularity masks the risk profile of individual risk assets, and not only the risk profile of the asset, but the effectiveness of the mitigation. If we're not looking at risk or mitigations on a granular enough level, we're not able to see where mitigation is most effective. We're not able to identify the proper scope for those mitigations. We also can't really identify the pace of the mitigation work. By pursuing additional granularity, as would be required or not required, by pursuing the additional granularity that would come from the adoption of a minimum standard for granularity, will empower the interveners to assess utility proposals and to offer alternatives, because we can see sort of the individual characteristics of different assets. We'll give the commission better information by which to judge mitigation profiles. And we acknowledge that there could be there will be more information provided in some cases if granularity is if we're truly looking at things on an asset by asset basis, there's going to be a lot of information, but for turn at least, we think that this does give us a lot of increased accuracy and helps us use the results better. Next slide. So I'm going to pass it over to Eric, who will go through what our proposal is.
Thanks, Katie. So, underscoring Katie's point that, granularity is pretty fundamental to the usefulness of the utilities risk modeling results. Extremely extremely non-granular modeling and results is not going to be very useful for comparing the cost effectiveness of various mitigations to each other. And so what we've proposed here is a two-pronged standard to make sure that utilities are meeting at least a minimum requirement for granularity, but certainly can go beyond this. The two-pronged standard is the risk between the tranches may not be more than 5%. So put another way, each tranche should represent no more than 5% of risk. And the number of miles or assets in a given tranche should not represent more than 5% of the total asset count or mileage count. So we could call it the 5-5 rule, maybe. We have modified our proposals. We understand that there were certain risks that may not work for this minimum level of granularity. And so we've limited it to physical assets. Certainly my experience is mostly on wildfire and other electric asset related risk. And I've also worked on gas related risk. And there you have, I believe all the utilities have very granular models of their system of likelihood and consequence across their system at a very granular level. And so that is what we had in mind. I'm not as familiar with the other risk categories, but it makes some logical sense to me that that this may only work for risks with underlying physical assets, which is a lot of what utilities are doing and trying to minimize. And lastly, just that, and this is almost kind of a separate issue, but risk should be calculated to ensure that we're not that we're normalizing it for the amount of the system that is contained within the tranches.
Eric, I noticed that Vincent has his hand up. Do you mind if he asks a quick clarifying question?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Vincent.
My bad. I think I hit the wrong button. Sorry, I'll put my hand down.
No worries.
But yeah, folks can feel free to interrupt and ask questions. I think that's fine.
Great.
We don't have a ton of slides.
Yeah, should I move you to the next slide then, Eric?
Sure. So this is just an example. We broke up using SDG&E's WINGS model, which is its more granular modeling of wildfire risk in its high threat fire district. I'm guessing this came from my testimony. Looking at, oh no, maybe from comments actually, just looking at, okay, here's how they would have implemented it. You know, across the x-axis, you have 5% risk tranches, and then you see, you know, the number of miles when ranking from highest to lowest risk. And so, you know, this chart kind of provides a good view on risk concentration, but when applied to calculating RSEs and all that, would allow for a nice comparison among the various initiatives to look at cost effectiveness.
And I see that Jeff Bunting now has his hand up. I think that's a real one.
Yeah, that's a real one. Thanks, Eddie, and hey, Eric. Appreciate and Katie, appreciate the presentation. You mentioned something on the previous slide. I think you said that this approach is about normalizing the amount of risk in each tranche. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by normalizing?
Well, it's kind of, honestly, this sends is kind of a separate point, but you know, if you're, let's say you have 100 risk units, and that 100 risk units is spread among 100 miles versus that 100 risk units spread among 10,000 miles, just to take a extreme example, those assets have very different risk profiles. And so that should be generally accounted for. And, you know, you wouldn't want to just lump in a bunch of risks together and not think about, well, how many physical assets does that represent?
Oh, okay, thank you. Another question I had too is on this two-pronged approach. Is this is CERN proposing that each of these things are met in order to define a tranche, or that one of them is met, or what's the thinking on that?
I think it's both. I mean, the second one was really like, for example, in the chart on the next page, there's, you know, a whole bunch of miles in the last 5% of risk. And so because of that, you're within that little 5% over there, you're masking a variation in risk across that. So, you know, to the extent mitigations aren't going to that percentage of risk, it may not matter, but if they are, you know, the RSCs will vary even just within that 5%. And it's worth thinking about, because if you think about, you know, let's say an expensive mitigation across almost 1,000 miles, you'd want to look at cost effectiveness across even that sort of bottom 5%. So, so I think that, you know, the 967 over 3,500, let's call it 25% or something. So you'd want to break up that tranche into even smaller ones, and that would, in this case, just add 5 additional tranches, roughly.
And Jeff, if you don't have another follow-up, we've got a lot of hands coming up now.
Okay, yeah, I'll let others go. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, great. I think I saw Fred's hand go up first, so go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to go back to this idea of normalizing risk for, say, the number of miles. I'm having a little trouble with this idea because I feel like if you already considered in your calculation of consequences, if your exposure to risk is much greater, like you have 1,000 miles in the tranche and only 100 miles in another tranche, all other things being equal, your risk with the tranche that has more miles should be a greater risk because your consequences considered that. So I'm not altogether convinced that normalization would be necessary as long as your basic risk calculation takes into account that you've got greater potential, greater exposure to a risk when you have more miles of something.
I think I agree with that. I almost view this as this is a proper way to like think about risk and calculate it, but not necessarily it may not even be related to the tranching. So I think you're right. Is that fair, Katie, or did you have other thoughts?
I defer to you. That seems fair to me. If you feel good about it.
I think the most pure way to rank risk is risk per mile. Because particularly when we've looked at granular models, the miles will differ. But I think Fred's right that in the calculations, the number of miles tends to inform the likelihood and consequence. So you wouldn't need to do an additional step.
I just saw that Amin had his hand up. I don't know if he still wanted to ask his question.
I wanted to ask that how do you calculate basically how do you normalize how do you calculate this like normalization? But it seems that you suggested risk per mile, and maybe based on Fred's comment, maybe this is not a priority. But if I want to ask my question, if you want to go with normalization, how do we want to calculate that? How do we want to normalize our parameters?
I mean, literally, I've done it. You can just you can take risk divided by miles, and that'll normalize for the
How about customers?
If you want to, that would be another way to normalize it. I think miles tends to be directly correlated to the costs. But certainly there's probably other ways to look at it. Also, I've never seen them actually break out the number of customers in each segment, but for the non-granular tranching I've seen, that's very much there. Like if it's just tier 3 and tier 2, you could find those number of customers.
Thank you.
Okay, and last question comes from Dan.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Dan from SCE. Maybe just following up, I think it was Jeff, I believe, from Sempra that asked it. Like, just want to clarify, I think we also have this in our presentation afterwards. Like, are these two prongs both having to be met, or is it one versus the other? Because that could have significant implications as we'll get into later. So we would appreciate, clarification on what is Tern's proposal.
So it's just, I don't know if I can say it any clearer, but I'll try. So the minimum number of tranches is basically 20. Like each tranche shouldn't represent more than 5% of risk. And then, and if it helps, maybe it's a 2-step. And then beyond that, if there are any tranches then that have more than 5% of the assets, then those should be broken up to represent less than 5% or 5% or less. Does that help?
Yeah, I was just going to say it a slightly different way, too. I think, again, as you see here, the first, the 5%, 10%, whatever, each have in them a number of miles that is less than 5% of SDG&E system. And then that last tranche has 967 miles, which I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I think it was like somewhere between 20 and 30% of their total mileage. I'm a lawyer. I can't do math in my head. And so then we would want that 967 miles further broken down so that we can see the variations in risk among them. But I think, it is a two-pronged approach, but I think that it's a bit, as Eric said earlier, it's a bit dependent too on like where the mitigations are planned. Because if all mitigations are planned in the in the first 4 tranches, you know, even though we want both included, it maybe is less important to have broken out those later ones. Eric, let me know if you disagree.
No, I agree. It's 28%. You nailed it.
Very good. We do have one more hand raised, Paul McGregor.
Yeah, good afternoon, folks, and thanks for putting this together to the Turn team. Paul McGregor here from PG&E. Just wanted to ask one question, and it's just, can we get a little bit of an understanding as to why 20 tranches of 5%? Is there anything significant with regards to the 20? Is there anything significant with regards to the 5? The reason I ask is it seems personal in nature. We've done a lot of work, you know, in the early days, we broke it down into quintiles, which is 20%. More recently, we've been looking at 10% buckets, 10 tens. I just wanted to understand what Turn's position was on the 25% buckets.
Yeah, it's mostly trying to balance sort of presentational and computational intensity with granularity. So I do see it as a minimum, and utilities may and I think are going even further. But the issue we've had is, you know, a lack of granularity, which makes it's very hard. It's hard, if not impossible, for us to then take that and make it more granular. Like you're kind of stuck at that point. And so just having a minimum requirement that we all agree to, or even if we don't agree, that the commission orders, make sure that, you know, we have at least some sufficient granularity to compare things, but it's not, you know, it is a judgment call. What is that reasonable balance, I think.
Okay, thanks for the response. Understanding it's a personal preference, so thank you for that.
Okay, I'm gonna move us along if that's all right, Eric.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So yeah, this just puts the language we just discussed into the settlement. And that's it. So maybe we got through all the questions, but happy to answer any further. I'll close and just say, you know, this isn't really adding anything to, or adding, it's adding minimum requirements to the settlement, just because as the settlement has been implemented, you know, the language around homogeneous risk profiles, which is actually, if you were to interpret that literally, a very granular analysis, like literally the same lore, and maybe core, right, for each tranche, that would be extremely granular. And so as we've implemented the settlement, just in the practice of implementing it, it's been clear that we need a minimum requirement to make sure that we get analyses that are useful. So I see it more as building on the requirements that were already in the settlement, not necessarily, you know, adding something that's totally new.
And Wendy, why don't you go ahead and ask your question first? I see Chris turned his camera on, but I'm assuming he wants to ask a question. But go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I know we've had session offline, but I thought I'd bring it up here too, is whether or not Turn's at all concerned about having too much information, or, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of tranches. So maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking on that is that, you know, it makes it a little bit more difficult for us analysts, but it also gives us really valuable information about how risk varies, like at a granular level. And so I would think as long as that information can be aggregated in a useful way, then, you know, it is okay. Or that, you know, that it still allows for for insight into into decisions and what the right scope is and cost effectiveness and all that. But certainly you're not going to, make a graph with 10,000 RSCs and expect anybody to understand what it means. So you'll have to aggregate the data in some way. And, I'm still thinking about the ways to do that. But, I do think, like being able to look at that risk profile in a really granular way, I think is really useful.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is that we would need to know how to aggregate it to make it useful for decision makers, if you have that
Yep.
much data.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked a little bit about this, but kind of the ideal would be like some indicator of like, here's how circuits would be bundled into projects, right? And whether or not it's a covered conductor, undergrounding, or pipe replacement, you would have like, okay, here's the ones that go together, here are the ones that go together, etc. I've never seen that done, but I think that would be kind of the ideal, if there were ways to do that.
Okay.
I guess just one last point. So then if you did, for example, bundle it into projects when you have tens of thousands of RC calculations, and then you had more than 1,000 bundled projects, do you think that's manageable then? I mean, are you still looking at this kind of analysis being manageable at that level, or would you think that it would need to be aggregated more?
No, I think that'd be manageable. I think, then at least what I would do is look at what's the risk reduction based on different, like ultimately what you're doing is saying, okay, what's risk reduction, what's cost effectiveness for various proposals, right? For what the utilities propose, but also for other iterations. And so you just have to find a way to say, well, if instead of doing, this, I'm trying to use gas instead of wildfire, some gas pipe replacement, you do a repair, right? What does that mean for the risk reduction? And maybe you apply that across. So, I do think, yeah, it makes it a little tougher for the analysts, and I have to think through it a little bit more. But I mean, essentially that would allow you to calculate very granular RSEs at the project level for various mitigations. Maybe this will happen in like 10 years, but what I think would be amazing is if this could be done up front, where, a lot of what we get in RAMP and GRCs is like, well, here's the utilities proposal, right? But ultimately what we want to do with it is explore different alternatives. And so the ability for interveners and parties and commission to play with those inputs of alternatives, that would be kind of the ideal, where you didn't have to do kind of the back end modeling of all of it. It would kind of be set up in a way to model those alternatives. So now I'm kind of getting away from the pure topic of this workshop, but that's how I see this kind of evolving, hopefully, because then even someone who doesn't necessarily understand the ins and outs of all the risk modeling could model, well, what does this mean if I do a little more of X mitigation versus Y? And so I have thought for a while that in ramps we should get away from just looking at the utilities proposal and get towards like more interactive worksheets that can model different types of proposals, but we're not there yet.
Well, I think at the PG&E GRC, that was a start.
I think somebody's phone is making a phone call. If you could turn that off, it would be great. It's a 213 number, so. All right, I'll just mute it. Lovely.
Well, I don't know, Wendy, because I had to do a lot of work in the PG&E Jersey, and PG&E's discovery was definitely very helpful, but I had to do a lot of work to calculate different RCs. So yeah, we're we're not quite there, and I think another thing to think about in SMAP is how to get to places where it's easier to model different alternatives.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks everybody for that back and forth. And Chris, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I actually just came on camera because I'm coming up on presenting slides, and I just wanted to just get on. So
my bad. I called you out. Okay. I did have a follow-up, but I think I'm going to wait until the Q&A session because I think it's a general question that could maybe also the utilities add some input in. Did you have anything else, Eric, that you wanted to know?
Nope, that's it.
Oh,
thanks.
Okay.
And,
okay, great.
I just want to thank you for the time to present and the opportunity to talk about this more. As we said, this is not meant to preclude anything more granular than would be required. Just wanting to, give direction on the, a starting place and a point for conversation. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right. For the utilities, I guess, Chris, you're going to start us off, and you just have this first slide here, so take it away.
All right. Thank you, Eddie, and good afternoon, everybody. Chris Vias with SCE. I hope everyone is doing well. Before I dive into these slides, I just want to make one quick point on the discussion that just occurred. SCE and we really appreciate the dialogue back and forth with TURN and other parties on this. These kinds of exchanges are very useful. And just to take an example, Eric, I appreciate what you were saying just now. In fact, that sort of aggregation up is what we did in our ramp to take, for example, the wildfire risk. We presented in our work papers the data at a very, very detailed level at the circuit segment level. So you had an enormous amount of sub-tranches or tranches, if you will. And then we aggregated it up for the chapter so that it could be in a more readily understandable form for those that may not want to be digging at such a level. And, we gave a certain ability, so to speak, that, parties could do what they want with the detailed work papers we were providing. So as we have stated in written comments, we are in favor of more information when it makes sense and more analysis when it makes sense. And we try to accommodate party preferences when we can. But to me and to SCE, we have to be very careful about what is a preference that we want to work cooperatively to fulfill and what is imposed as a requirement, which means that there is no flexibility then to vary from it. And that brings me to my first bullet, which just to quickly level set, as we know, back in 2019, the SMAP settlement agreement was reached after a great deal of negotiation and litigation before the commission and a great deal of inquiry by the commission before it was endorsed by the commission. And both the tranching requirement from that settlement agreement and the more recent RDF do give the utilities the needed flexibility so that the material can be presented in the way that's most effective, most productive and efficient, and most transparent and understandable. And I would note that both the SA and the RDF both noted that tranching will be based on how the risks and assets are actually managed by each utility, and also by data availability and model maturity, while still striving to be as reasonably granular as possible. And I won't go over in details, but just these bullets are just notes that staff had made a proposal, TURN had made a proposal, and there was this additional workshop authorized. And on November 22nd, TURN made some modifications to its proposal and issued those. May I please have the next slide? A lot of this is also reflected in our written comments, and I, would note for the commission members here that please do take a look at those written comments where we address this in more detail. But if we've talked about the both constraints point, so I won't go over that. I would note that there was some language that Turn had in their proposal where they say there may be some asset families where the granularity proposal would require each asset being treated separately. And appreciate where Turn is coming from, but let's take an example where even that could be very difficult for the utility to provide a feasible analysis. Let's take the example that we discussed in detail, hydro assets and hydro asset failure. If we have every dam or similar asset treated separately, it's difficult to see how necessarily, for example, the 5% requirement could be met. It's difficult to see how we could make sure that any required framework is overlaid when it may not make sense according to how the assets exist and how they are managed and how associated risks are managed. And we would also note that, again, setting aside substantive concerns, in Turn's proposal, things like fiscal assets would need to be discussed further and agreed upon before anything moved further with proposals. We want to make sure that we are all talking about the same thing, similar to what I think all of us as parties did in phase 1 of this proceeding, where we were careful in trying to agree on definitions of terms before we dove into them so that we could make sure we were all talking about the same thing, or be clear if we were not talking about the same thing. May I have the next slide, please? Again, touching on what I started with, it's very important that the necessary flexibility occurs so that the most effective product on behalf of customers and for the commission and the benefit of other stakeholders. So it aligns both with RDF language, but also actually reflects how the IOUs are operating and are managing the risk. If we, for example, arbitrarily mandated some sort of division in a group of assets or in a totality of risk, that may not reflect how the IOU is actually managing things in real life. It may not reflect what the actual data availability is, and it may not be reflective of the flexibility that the Commission has previously valued expressly in the SA and in the updated RDF. All of these things may be barriers to providing the most useful product, which is what these risk analyses are all about. And again, to the second bullet, there could be more confusion and less transparency inadvertently if there is an imposition of a framework that doesn't actually meet A, B, and C in the first bullet here. And lastly, I just wanted to note, when we talk about the need for further information, and the term was used, I think, just a couple of minutes ago about, well, this is just a minimum requirement. Well, a minimum requirement is a requirement. And if we mandate an approach that's preferred by a party, such as Turn, that's more than simply provision of more information. As we talked about in written comments, this would essentially default to what that party's preference is. And then for the party with the burden of proof, the utility, then a utilization of any other approach would be presented in the alternative, but would in essence be subject to a rebuttable presumption on the part of the Commission that the alternative approach is not valid or useful in comparison to the minimum approach, because the minimum approach is always used, and the alternative approach would in effect have a rebuttable presumption that it would need to overcome before it could be fairly considered next to the minimum approach. And next slide, please. And with this, I'm going to turn it over to Vince Lowe over at PG&E. Thank you.
Can I ask a question before you go to the next slide?
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. Is that all right?
Sure.
Vincent? Yeah, great, thanks.
Can you go back to the last slide? So can you explain more the second bullet when you talk about the way in which projects or work is executed doesn't follow a tranche as established by Turn's proposal? I mean, I'm just curious, are you saying that then it might be that a project would be more than one tranche, or can you just explain that a little more?
Yeah, I mean, our written comments that we filed most recently address in detail what concerns might be when you get down to project level as a required item in GRCs and ramps, as opposed to when it makes sense. For detail on this, I would like to turn this over to my colleague, Dan Kamla, who would like to address your question.
Yeah, so I think, I realize the data turn presented with Sempra, so I'll just use that as a relative example. In that it was circuit segments. So if we provide circuit segments, which, there can be tens, hundreds of thousands of in the system, and those are used to create the tranches, you could have segments in what would eventually maybe a project that are in every single tranche. And so if parties are focusing on a tranche, you're going to have circuit segments that traverse our districts and not how we actually would go about and execute a project. There may be some circuit segments in a project out of a very long circuit that have a relatively low risk compared to other segments, but overall the project itself is how we are executing the work. So just randomly making the 5%, mathematically having to force the data into those tranches is not how we may end up executing work.
I guess that's my, I mean, it is a concern of mine, because in my thinking, we need things closer to the project level in order to be making decisions about which projects go forward or not. So if you have a project and you have, say you have a 5-mile segment, circuit segment, and if you've broken it up into, I think what you're saying, maybe it would cross multiple tranches, so it would have multiple different risk associated with that 5-mile segment, depending on which section of the segment. If that's what you were saying, what I'm thinking is you kind of really need to know the risk of the whole thing, the risk of the whole 5-mile segment, in order to say, is it, does the benefits exceed the cost in order to go forward with this project? Can you speak to that a little bit?
I think it's more the fact that, and we've made this in comments, I think in the ramp report, this assumes that we have project level information 7 years in advance or 6 years in advance, which is simply not how we forecast that type of work. So in order to put a project in a tranche together, we need to know projects years and years in advance. And so, I think as Chris mentioned, in our ramp, we did provide the data granular and let parties, and we tried to provide some additional information like circuits, isolatable things, so that parties can do their own analysis. And so, by just mandating the certain 5%, we feel like it's not going to align with how work would be executed. And we don't know then if it provides as much information or actionable information for parties if it's not, something that how we operationalize the work itself.
And Wendy, this is Chris. As an example, a real life example of this sort of like difficulty of having this project level information so many years in advance. If you look at our current general rate case, we just recently filed amended testimony. It did not change our overall forecast for the wildfire mitigation request, but it, based on party preferences, it provided more, not final, but more project level information that was just not simply available at the time that we prepared our application and the associated numbers in it. So that's how, that's an example of how you can't just go years in advance. Here, we couldn't even go 1 year in advance and have that project level information available in a way that it could be credibly utilized for analysis in the general rate case litigation.
Could I jump in?
Just one thing real quick, Eddie. I guess where I understand that your actual projects would be changing over time, as you get closer to the date of the projects. But to do the risk modeling, you're coming out with some kind of priority of something that is telling you these segments are the riskiest segments. So there's some kind of assumption there that these would be the segments that you're proposing, for certain projects. So anyway, I don't know, Eddie, if you want to follow up on that.
I do actually, because my question is, the legislature has now pointed towards, project level information within the context of SB 884. And so it's unclear to me how an expedited undergrounding plan would be designed. It's a 10-year plan at project level information if it's not possible for the utilities to actually come up with that information. I was curious actually if the other utilities other than SCE share the same approach towards project level data, that it can't be estimated even at the 1 year mark.
Maybe just to clarify, I mean, I didn't say that we can't estimate projects 1 year out. I'm just saying that, you know, some projects, like if 7 years in advance, we're not going to have estimated projects. Yes, we do, like Chris mentioned, if we know projects like in 23, 24, 5, we can provide that data, but we just don't necessarily have it for all years for the ramp forecast.
Is that true for all the IOUs? I just wanted to make sure that we're getting everybody's input here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's certainly it's on an asset by asset basis, right? So for example, with gas programs, yeah, we don't necessarily forecast all the way out seven years out for our projects.
Okay.
And same for SoCal Gas, as Jeff Bunting, by the way. Yeah, we don't forecast out that far, and we don't go to this level of granularity.
Is there any concern that that will have an impact then on your approach to expedited undergrounding plans?
And I can speak on behalf of Edison. I've attended those workshops on our behalf. I think that is a concern that we've shared in that forum, and I think that's another topic we plan to bring up next week as well. It just may not be feasible to determine project by project, you know, what the plan would be in the future.
Yeah, Judge Fogel, go ahead.
Thank you. Am I?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, is there an echo?
Yeah, there is a little bit of an echo, yeah.
So my question was, I was going to ask it earlier when I believe, gosh, who was it? Someone from Dan. When Dan was speaking, he was just going a little fast for me regarding the difference between tranches, projects, and segments, and how those are sometimes organized. Dan, if you could talk about that some more. I don't, haven't worked on a ramp case, and so it would be very helpful if you could explain in a little more detail how your company approaches reflecting these different, terms and as you develop tranches.
Sorry, am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're unmuted now, Dan.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And I'm definitely not our risk expert, so others in ERM, feel free to jump in here as well. Circuit segments are typically the lowest level of granularity we have. It'll vary by asset, so I'll just kind of focus on and circuit segments, some of them can be relatively short. They can almost be feet long, depending on if they're at the top of poles in between things, or they could be a mile long. It really depends on the circuit and configuration. We aren't going to execute things at those low levels. Typically, a project could be potentially from an isolatable segment to an isolatable segment, and those could vary in the number of circuit segments that make up that isolatable segment. In general, that could be used as a proxy for a project. It may not end up being exactly how we end up scoping and doing the final work. There are other operational things that are considered. Permitting, if there are adjacent circuits that may be impacted, if we have to maybe cover underground a very small portion of something next to it, the final project may not look exactly like that. And so that is one way. And then how we actually presented our data in both the ramp and our rate cases, we took that very granular circuit segment data and rolled it up into what we called reporting tranches, which were in severe risk areas, high consequence risk areas, and other HFRA. And we have an IWMS, integrated wildfire mitigation strategy, that talks about how we execute work in those various tranches. So it's taking very granular information, rolling it up to something that we felt was more digestible for parties that follows how we operationalize those mitigations in the real world. And, you know, others feel free to jump in, but let me know if you have any follow-up questions as well.
I see, Eric, you had your hand up first, but yeah, is there any particular follow-ups, Judge Vogel, that you had on that?
Well, this is probably a longer conversation, it sounds like, but the one item that I heard you say about whether isolatable segments are equal to a project is whether or not permits availability might affect that. Are there other elements that affect whether isolatable segments equal a project?
Yeah, that was just one specific example. I said terrain could have other things. A lot of others. I'm definitely not an electrical engineer in the planning, but that was just one example. I would say terrain, operational constraints, resource constraints from SCE, as well as other things, like I said, permitting.
So, Eric, I saw that Paul kind of waved his hand, and I'm assuming that he maybe wanted to, yeah, add on to that. Is that okay if he does so? Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Eric. I was just raising my hand to ask if I could jump the line, Eddie, to respond to Judge Vogel's question. And I think one of the key things we have to discuss here is that terminology is going to be slightly different, maybe across the different utilities. We heard what Dan's presentation was for SCE. I can talk a little bit about how PG&E looks at things. And if you talk at the highest level, we've got circuits. Distribution circuits, we've got maybe 1,000 or so, 1,300 of them in the high fire threat districts and HFRA. When we break that down into what we call circuit segments or circuit protection zones, you're talking about 26,000 miles, some 3,600 circuit protection zones. And we use that for the purposes of breaking down the circuits for considering doing work upon. As Dan alluded to, you've then got effectively isolatable segments, which are between two pieces of equipment that you can use for isolation purposes, for PSPS de-energization, those kind of things. But you're going to have slightly different terminology across the utilities. And then again, you asked for another example, and another example is actually parcels of land, where the landowner owns a particular parcel. Think of your neighborhood. You own the piece of land that your property is located on. When we're looking at things like undergrounding that involve putting assets underground, we need permission from that customer. It's the same for performing tree trimming type activities. We need that permission from those customers. So it then breaks down into another overlay of these parcels of land for how we are granted permission to be on property to do a particular type of work. So there is a little bit of terminology that needs to be considered here. And as Dan alludes to, if we look at building our models to a particular level, I'll say for PG&E, we look at it at circuit protection zones or circuit segments, and then they then roll up to tranches, then that's fine. But if we're looking at isolatable segments rolling up to tranches, you're going to get different buckets in those particular tranches, which is what I believe Dan was trying to explain.
And Eric, I saw you took your hand down. Wendy, I know you have your hand up, but I just wanted to see, Jeff, are you planning to ask a separate question, or do you want to respond to Judge Vogel's question?
No, thanks, Eddie. Yeah, I was hoping to respond to the judge's question.
Is that okay, Wendy? Yeah, okay, go ahead, Jeff.
All right, cool. Yeah, just for the most part, you know, SoCalGas and SDG&E, we agree with what SCE and PG&E stated as well. I think there's actually a question later on in there about integrity management, so it's probably answer that too, you know, and how we look at projects. You know, for integrity, a lot of that's driven by CFR Part 192, and so those threats or those things or those activities that we do, the projects are based around what we find. Like for an ILI, we'll go out and run a pig, and then we'll analyze that data, and then of those defects that we need to remediate, we'll build projects around that. The same thing can be said for, you know, CP or geohazard management, things like that. These projects are identified based on events and regulatory requirements and advisory bulletins, as well as our entire data integration process. So it's not necessarily done at this tranche level, and to the point of many others, it rolls up to the tranches. Specifically to sort of Turn's proposal and the 5%, that's kind of where we see that might not fit exactly how the utilities manage and agreeing with Edison and how they stated that. So yeah, I just wanted to chime in with that and sort of round the conversation out for the Sempra utilities.
Great. How are you feeling, Judge?
Thank you. No, that was helpful. I'll have some other questions later. Thank you.
Awesome. I see Eric, you have your hand up again. Do you?
I didn't
mean to take it down.
No. I have a couple comments.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, the risk modeling, as with all other modeling, it's trying to represent the real world and provide useful information, and you want to make it as accurate as possible. But there will be some amount of getting away from exact projects that happen. Our proposal doesn't say utilities, you can't distinguish projects, project level, what circuits are next to each other and aggregate those together in that way. Like, we're not being that prescriptive. So I don't see how, saying you need at least 20 tranches is so prohibitive to doing that. Utilities have never done that. They've never had project level information other than Edison and its current GRC is, I think, is putting some of that in, and I've never seen in a ramp project level information where you can aggregate certain circuits together. Utilities are welcome to do that. The other thing I heard that's just inconsistent is, first, the utilities were saying, oh, we don't have project level information because it's too far away. And second, they're saying, well, we can't split up into tranches because that might not fit the project level. I mean, it's just inconsistent. Like, we're saying use the most accurate, best risk modeling data that you have to provide a minimum level of tranches so that commission can have better information. If you all have language about projects that you want to propose, I mean, we're open to hear that. Like, but I don't think this isn't something that is somehow contrary to or negates our proposal.
Yeah, Wendy, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Edison. When you talked about rolling up in your example, when you talked about that you rolled up your circuit segments up into understandable tranches, I guess my understanding was different. The way that you used what you called reporting tranches was really how you decided to do mitigations. So I don't really agree with the way you're representing it, and I don't know if you want to comment or not, but I wanted to say that.
Thanks, Wendy. And we have actually kind of, I don't believe that SCE had actually finished their presentation, but I think that all these comments and discussion were really helpful, and I just wanted to see if Chris, if you wanted to come back and respond to anything, or just continue with your presentation.
I think that in the interest of time, we should probably just move along. I mean, I certainly, both Dan and I think would have a lot to say, but I think probably the more productive thing would be just to move along with the presentation at this point.
Okay. All right. So I guess it's going on to Vincent then. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Vincent. Do I need to move you to a new slide?
Yes, please move me to the next slide.
Okay. Great.
And first of all, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. Yeah, you sound good.
Thank you. So just want to reflect on something that Mr. McDermott mentioned to kick off this session. he was expressing in terms of when we talk about tranches, we talk about how to look at our risk. It's like the amount of information that we're sharing is also crucial. And I want to also kind of build on that. It's not only the amount of information, but how useful is the information that's going to be shared, right? So one of the things that we have concern with Turn's proposal is, at the end of the day, it's, for lack of a better word, it's could be not non-explanatory, right? Because we're just looking at tranches, we're looking at the kind of probabilistic profile, and then we're kind of aggregating into these tranches. We're concerned that it doesn't do a good job of explaining where the risk is coming from. As you can see in this diagram on the left, we feel that risk is a multi-dimensional problem. There's many drivers and many different factors that go into risk consideration. But, we just kind of limit it to that one proposal of the risk score. We kind of lose that explanatory power. And number two point I wanted to bring up is that right now we have planning models. We would like to defer to them. Planning models were built in some cases before the SMAP settlement. They use different modeling approaches. And so it might be the case that we don't have law and core down to the asset level, in which case, what would we be doing by kind of putting a requirement like Turn suggests into the RDF, right? Basically, we'll be kind of forcing, if you want to use the word, forcing the utilities to kind of backfit the planning models with this this law and core kind of style calculations that we have to do. And do we, are we able to do that right now? Are we able to do it correctly right now? Highly debatable. And so then where does that leave us, right? So basically, we'll have to come up with some way of backfitting law and core into our models, and then using those models to make decisions. That, I don't know if that's how everyone feels about it, but that strikes me as a bit concerning to do that. So that's why, we feel like right now is probably not the time to take this kind of approach. Kind of statistical based approach, really, you start there, but you don't necessarily end up there, right? You start there, you kind of you look at statistics, you look at, the mean, you look at the variance, whatnot, but then you always want to drive to a kind of more deeper level of understanding. You want to drive to tranching that kind of, like it says in the settlement agreement, reflects how we view the risk, how our planning staff, how operational staff view the risk, how we manage it, and how we plan to deal with it. So that's where we're those are our concerns with the Turn proposals. At the heart of it, that's what it's about, right? It doesn't give us explanatory power. And, like Chris was saying earlier, which we fully support, if we institute this minimum requirement, then somehow it becomes the default. And when the state of the world is not ready for that kind of law and core modeling, that puts us in a pretty precarious situation, because somehow we'll have to try to backfit stuff, like I mentioned earlier, back to these models. Don't know whether we can do it correctly, but yet now everybody will be accepting that as quote unquote the truth. So I want to move on to the next slide.
Is it all right if Eric asks a quick follow-up question?
Yeah, please.
I don't understand your point that you don't know lore and core. If you don't know lore and core, you can't calculate risk.
Well, so, for example, core is calculated in the risk framework as expected dollar value of consequences, right? That's not how we manage it on an asset by asset basis. Do we calculate core at a dollar level for each project, for each asset? No.
So that means that you're not doing any risk modeling then.
No,
right?
no, not true. Because
But
you're assuming
I don't
that RDF, you're assuming that the RDF is the only way to do risk modeling. That's absolutely not the case. there are other ways to manage
Okay,
risk, right?
I would just say this has nothing to do with our granularity proposal. These are objections about something about the way that you're doing ramp risk modeling. I don't view that as related to granularity of risk.
Well, I'm saying it matters because now we're trying to impose a law by core kind of approach, trying to fit everything into the law by core approach when, we heard this morning there are some cases where we want to do scenario analysis, we want to look at worst case consequences. And there's plenty of valid places where those kind of risk modeling makes sense, right? Let's take another example. I used to work on the electric procurement. So when you look at the ISO, do they do load times core in their modeling? No. They look at specific contingencies, specific scenarios they plan to, N-1, scenarios they plan to. When they look at the resource adequacy, they plan to some contingency event. That's also risk modeling. We cannot just assume that the law by core kind of risk modeling is the only way that we can look at stuff.
Okay, well, just to be clear, our proposal is for what utilities should do in ramp filings. Like, we can get into a debate about all the different ways you can model risk, but this proceeding is at the CPUC, where this proceeding is about improving ramp filings. If you want a whole different way of doing risk analysis, I really think that's a separate thing. It's not. We're trying to improve the information that come in ramp filings, not debate like what is every way to analyze risk across different industries. I think it's very different.
Yeah, well, it's not different because back to Chris' point, right? It creates a rebuttable. Your proposal creates a rebuttable. It makes everything. It makes it a de facto standard that we have to somehow, as the.
Oh, shoot. Did Vincent just freeze?
That's assumed to be correct. So that's our concern.
Okay, Vincent, is it all right if Katie jumps in real quick?
Oh, please,
I
yeah, go
guess
ahead.
I guess I'm just I just want to highlight that the utilities, as has been pointed out about Turn, agreed to the settlement agreement that had a lower by core calculation to present in the ramp. And that has been adopted by the commission and then readopted as part of the RDF. And that is what we're discussing today. And the utilities agreed to that. So I guess and I think the other thing that I would highlight is that, yes, there is language that says it is based on how the utility considers, I can't remember the exact language of the R.24 off the top of my head, but it also does say that it's based on similar risk. I'm going to actually pull it up now because it's important to me to say this correctly. It is going to be considered to have a homogeneous risk profiles, i.e. considered to have the same lore and core, and that is part of the tranche requirement.
So can people hear me? I think you can hear me,
Yes.
right? So basically, the first thing I want to mention is that settlement also says, and part that we tend to overlook, that the determination of tranches will be based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility, data availability, and model maturity, right? And strive to achieve as deep a level of granularity as reasonably possible. So number one, that's the point, which is basically that is also a consideration in the tranches. Second point I want to bring up is basically just because we want to tranche based on something that's not deciles or 5 percentiles, whatever that is, doesn't mean that it won't have a homogeneous risk profile, right? So that's not the only way to have homogeneous risk profiles. That's what we're saying. Like we do statistical, when you do statistical analysis all the time, right? I mean, you always want to try to understand the underlying driving factors. In fact, when people do, for example, when people do regression analysis, they first try to find out the factors that drive the risk first, and then they see if those factors can explain the risk, i.e., find the factors that lead to these homogeneous risk profiles. So that's all we're saying. It's not just basically just looking at ranking all your risk by the risk score and then just subdividing them into 20 tranches. There's more dimensionality in the problem that just doing that doesn't allow you to capture. And maybe the dimensions are, maybe when you do that, you end up with less than 20 tranches, but so what? As long as the tranches are compelling, they tell the story, less is more, right? We need to get to a kind of, to what Mr. McDermott was saying, we need to get to a more parsimonious expression of risk.
But Vincent, I when there's 1,000 miles of electric distribution line in one tranche, I think you can acknowledge that there's going to be different levels of risk even within 1,000 miles of distribution line.
I'm not talking about any specific risk. I'm just concerned that this language.
I'm not talking about any specific risk either. I'm saying, like, let's say there is a tranche of 1,000 miles. I think you can agree that, like, not every mile is in the same physical condition, is in the same physical location, has the same population living around it, they're not exactly the same.
Yeah, I totally agree. And all we're saying is basically we want to be able to express that risk, those 1,000 miles, doing more than just basically stacking them from 1 to 1,000 and picking up subdivisions. We want to be able to look at different characteristics of them. And, maybe there's only 4 dimensions that need to explain the problem. Maybe you only need 4 tranches. Don't know. But, why lock yourself into this particular approach?
Could I just jump in here for one quick second? Vincent, are you saying that there's something in Tern's proposal that prevents you from making an explanation as to why you didn't necessarily follow the 2-prong approach? Because my understanding is that you could still, actually describe the issue after the fact. And if you decided to not go down the 2-prong approach, you could explain it within your ramp as part, which is similar to the way that it's written right now. And I also just realized that we're chewing up quite a bit of time here on this particular issue, and I think that it might be beneficial to at least go through the rest of the presentation, and then we could actually come back to some of these questions after we've had a bit of a break. Is that okay, Wendy? Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Is that okay, Vincent? How about we let you finish off with your proposal? And
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just step
one
to
slide
the next slide, please.
Okay.
So here's one of the, and I'll briefly run through this example so that we can get to the next proposal, the proposal itself, right? So here it shows different ways, different dimensions that may be involved in risk modeling, right? So here, instead of just grouping by five tranches, we've kind of broken it up in terms of, in the first example, we grouped the consequences into 4 different kinds of groupings for consequences. We group the likelihoods in terms of 6 different kinds of different drivers, or class of drivers for likelihoods, and then we come up with the tranches based on the Cartesian product of that kind of stuff. That's why you can see it's 4 by 6, 24 tranches. So that's one way to go about doing that. So in this case, yeah, it's more information a turn. But look at the second example, right? It's maybe a little different. You can have non-HFTD and HFTD, and maybe you can, for other risks, maybe it'll be even less tranches. But if that's the way we manage the risk, that's the way we look at it, that's the way we understand it commonly, then I think that makes a lot of sense. So basically, I want to go on to the next proposal since we are running out of time. So all we're saying here in the proposal is pretty simple, right? Basically, all we're saying is if we have the planning models, if we have the risk modeling at a more detailed level, then basically when we do our ramp filing, we should explain the relationship between the planning models and the tranches. And maybe the relationship, it ends up 100 tranches, maybe it ends up with 20 tranches, maybe it ends up with 5. But we should be able to explain, we must explain that relationship. That's all we're saying. So if we don't have there's another case where if we don't have more in-depth asset planning models, right? Then basically kind of similar, but we should explain why we feel that this is the best way to tranche it in terms of managing the assets and leading to actionable kind of decisions. And so basically that's our approach. I think we're getting to the same place, but here basically it kind of, once again, it's about being able to explain, being able to manage it, and making the tranches actionable. And once again, it's basically more reflective of how we're doing things. And also, as we mentioned, if we can find the underlying drivers, the explanatory variables of what's driving the risk, yeah, then they should lead to homogeneous risk profiles. So I don't see any conflict with the language that's being proposed. So next slide, if you will. This is once again a little bit more description about what we just talked about. Once again, the key point is that if we do have a more detailed planning model, we will be required to explain the relationship between that and the tranches that we're adopting in our RAMP and GRC filings. And I believe the next slide is basically the actual language that we're proposing. I think it's in there, yeah. Okay, so I believe that concludes my part of the presentation.
Okay, my suggestion is that we all take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. And Wendy, I think you had your hand up last, so is it okay if we let you go first with your question, and then we'll jump in?
Fine.
Okay, great. So let's do a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:27. Thanks, everybody. Okay. You want to go back a couple slides?
Yes. Another one. Another one. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which one it is.
Okay.
One more. I think here.
This one?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask Vincent.
Yeah, maybe we should check to make sure Vincent's back. Hi, Vincent. Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, does PG&E no longer support how PG&E divided the high fire threat district distribution miles in based on combinations of lower quintiles and core quintiles into 25 tranches? I mean, is that basically what you're saying you're going to move away from? And can you talk a little bit about that? Go ahead.
Yeah, could I actually ask Vincent, could you describe, I mean, Wendy kind of did it there, but could you describe in a little bit more detail about how you actually did your tranching in your most recent GRC?
The most recent GRC, I believe,
The
was
GRC that was just completed, Vincent. So
right.
yeah, so if you could just give a brief description, because not everybody's going to be familiar with that. So if you could just give a brief description.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
basically, I believe the most recent GRC on the wildfire side, we did use the 5x5 tranching. So basically what we did was we broke out the law by call into 2 dimensions. Law is 1 dimension and law is core is the other dimension. We broke them up into quintiles, as somebody mentioned earlier, 20% in each quintile, and 5x5, right? Then you get 25. That's on the distribution side. I believe we had 8 transmission tranches, something like that. And then various other tranches as well. I don't remember the others, but I believe that's essentially how we did it. Now, one thing I wanted to mention about how we broke that up, right? Now, we started with the law and call from our enterprise risk models, and we kind of backfitted, the law and call back down into our planning models to be able to come up with how to with the assets that would fall into each of the 25 buckets. So we took the overall law and call, found some way to proportion it to the different assets. And then, but from that, then we were able to come up with, which assets fell in which of the different quadrants, if you will, or into that matrix, if you will. So it's like, yeah, we did that, but once again, we were backfitting something, and whether that was the right thing, whether that's the best way to do things, So that's one of the concerns we have.
So Vincent, I just want to make sure that, could you answer Wendy's question though? Does that mean that you're not supporting that approach anymore?
Yeah, we're moving away from the 25 5x5 matrix.
Wendy, did you have a follow-up to that?
Sure. Could you explain what you're moving towards?
I believe we're moving to what we see here, right? The deciles for high fire threat district and non-high fire threat district.
Does that mean there would be 10 tranches for each high fire threat district and 10 tranches for non-high fire threat district? Is that the result?
Could you hang on a minute, please?
Oh, I said, does that mean that there would be 10 tranches for the high fire threat district and 10 tranches for the non-high fire threat district?
Yeah, so that's currently what we're thinking of in terms of breaking it up into high fire threat district versus non-high fire threat district, and then deciles to start with now, but we could move into smaller or larger percentiles. But right now it's deciles.
What could I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
Why does the decile approach versus the lower core approach make a difference in terms of your planning or operational models? How is that more better fitted to your planning operation models than the previous approach?
Yeah, so once again, this is something we're thinking about for our ramp, right? This is a work in progress, but and I don't know the full answer, but I think part of the story is basically, when you break it up into law and core, having that granularity might not have enough data to support that kind of breakdown into that level of granularity. Being able to split out the risk scores into law and core, don't know about that.
Isn't it the same number of tranches? Or it's like the difference between 25 and 20 tranches, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying basically it's like, let's say you have a number, right? 100 can be 10 times 10, or it can be 25 times 4. There are different ways to get that 100, to get that product 100.
Okay.
Right? Whether it's 10 times 10 or 25 times 4 or 33 times 0.33, is that the right number? You know what I mean, right? So we might not have that amount of detail to do that.
Okay.
But I want to clarify, there were 25 tranches for just the high fire threat district.
Okay,
So
yeah.
this would be less tranches this way. And I'm still not sure why you couldn't just do, if you wanted to do this way, why you couldn't just do breaking it up by the 5%. I really don't understand the big distinction between the 10% and the 5%.
We could, you know, we could end up with the 5 percentile. But basically what I'm saying is that let's not shoehorn ourselves into that approach, right?
Okay. I see that Jeff Benting has had his hand up for a little while. So Jeff, if you wanted to jump in with a question.
Yeah, more just a comment, and this is more back when we were having the conversation prior before we continued the presentation. So gas and SDG&E, we ultimately do agree with Edison and PG&E where they're coming from in terms of, you know, these tranches, and let's not box ourselves in. Mr. Borden said himself, let's make this as real world and accurate as possible, and that we agree. That's the intention of the RDF and all pieces of the RDF, including the language of how we manage and operate our business. So I just wanted to make that distinction that that's still very important. And that's not to say that, hey, maybe the 5% is the right number. It's just when you set the minimum requirement at 5%, that means you must meet it. And then, and to your point earlier about, well, you could just say why you can't meet it, then why have it a requirement in the first place? So I just wanted to sort of piggyback on that and say we agree with that. And I think that's our intention of showing we want to do this as real and as accurately as possible as well.
So I just wanted to mention, thanks Jeff for bringing that up. Just wanted to mention that I actually I was rushed in my presentation. I think I was rushed, but we actually provided two alternatives for our proposals, right? So if you can skip to the next slide. And I described one of the alternatives, but I didn't describe the first alternative, which is basically to have the IOUs provide tranching approaches in the pre-ramp workshop. As everyone knows, you know, we have to host a pre-ramp workshop, and we're thinking as part of the way to address what we've heard here, you know, we could have a requirement for the pre-ramp workshop for the IOUs to describe how they're doing the tranching so that parties can get an early look at what we're thinking and provide feedback. So my bad there, I apologize once again.
That's okay. Eric, go ahead.
Well, don't know even where to start, but there's an aspect of this presentation that is just not consistent with what our actual proposal is. It's actually not very prescriptive. We haven't said, here's exactly how you have to group each asset. We haven't said, here's exactly how you have to group each Loren core. It's just a minimum level of tranching. You know, SDG&E in its current rate case, its tranching for wildfire was tier 3 and tier 2, which is arguably, when you look at the more granular modeling, it's completely inconsistent with what risk looks like on their system. And so that's the problem. If you don't have a minimum standard, which is what the utilities proposal is, the utilities proposal is, well, we'll explain why we have the tranching that we do. Like, you get things like that, and sometimes you can't rectify them during the ramp or even after the ramp. And so that's what we're trying to avoid. And I don't think we're being as prescriptive as what, you know, Vincent is saying on these earlier slides. Like, we're not saying exactly how to group each asset. We're not, you know, it's not even close to that level. It's just saying have at least 20 tranches, 5% of risk. That's it.
Let's see. I saw Dan's hand go up and then down and then back up, and now I see Joaquin's hand up.
Hi, I'm Joaquin. Can you go back to the winds slide? I just want to clarify one thing, because SDG&E presented tranches and also winds planning. 575 tranches.
This one?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to clarify that. Not only 3, 575.
Well, no, you calculated RSC for tier 2 and tier 3.
And for every feeder segment in the WINS planning.
But you had 2 levels. You had the enterprise risk model or enterprise risk level, and then the operational and planning levels. And at the enterprise level, it was the limited number of tranches. And one of our concerns that we went into in that case was that your wings model showed that you had this surplus of information that was really valuable, but that wasn't necessarily reflected in the enterprise portions.
Yeah, but I think here is where we link to operational, right? We don't make decisions at the tranche level. We make decisions at the feeder segment level.
Then
right?
provide us feeder segment level information.
That's what we did. That's what we did. And now you just packet it in 20 packets. You took 575 RSCs and group it in 20. Why? I don't understand.
Well, you grouped it in 2. Why did you do that?
No, we grouped it in 2 for the RSC tranche level, but then we provided WINS planning.
So
we
what we're
provided WINS
talking
planning
about,
because we acknowledge that there is different levels of likelihood and consequence at the feeder segment level. And we propose different methodologies in the hardening, right? Covered conductor, strategic undergrounding, and no mitigation at each feeder segment level, 575 different segments. And I think that's important because now you are grouping all that in 20. Well, I'm blown away.
so
To be honest.
again, if you wanted to group that into 575, our proposal doesn't say you can't do that. It's a minimum requirement. Like,
Yes,
then group it into 575.
It makes sense for, in this case, strategic undergrounding and covered conductor, but it doesn't make sense for other programs and for other mitigations. And that's what we're trying to explain, that if you impose a minimum requirement, clearly stating a 5% or a number of miles, it may not work for everything. So when we have the data and we have the granular models, we can provide that information as we did with WINS planning. But sometimes it doesn't make sense for us to go at that level of detail.
I think then I would just highlight again, and I think we should move on to, I have some questions. I know other people have questions, but I highlight again that we're not trying to be overly prescriptive. If you do it on a more granular level, we would welcome the more granular level of information. It is as simple as that.
Okay, that's probably, Dan, you still have your hand up. So is it related to this topic or?
Yeah, and I'll make it brief. I mean, we respectfully disagree that you are not being prescriptive. You are mandating a minimum 5% and 5% that does not appear to be backed by any external data or sources. It just seems to be a preference for how to split the data up. And we understand that we can go more granular, but you've already set the floor. And so that's why we just feel like, once again, that, all of our other points. But I just wanted to note that we do feel that this is being a prescriptive approach.
Go ahead.
Eddie, if I could ask a question related to that wings slide.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I probably should have asked this earlier. It's a question for Turn. Could you just explain to me why there's this in this case you've got if you could go to the slide for the wings.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Why is it useful? So you have the 20 5% buckets, and then on top of that you're suggesting no more than 5% of assets, I believe it is, in any one bucket. And could you explain why it's important? I think in this one there's 967 incremental miles in your last 5%. Why is it, and those are the lowest risk miles, why is it useful to have a more detailed breakdown of those very lowest risk segments that's leading to the second part of Turn's suggested requirement?
Want me to go, Kitty?
Yeah. Either
Okay,
way.
please add. Yeah, so we were concerned. So to the extent you have a mitigation, let's say going out to that 967 miles, and let's say it's a really expensive one, that's several $1 million per mile. That's a big amount of cost that you're just sticking into one tranche. And so you'd want to understand in that case, what are the costs and cost effectiveness of deploying that mitigation to different tranches, because that, let's call it, yeah. So if it's, millions or billions of dollars, right? You'd want to understand how to break that down. And even within that 5%, you would see differentiation in the risk and the RSCs. And so to the extent the mitigation went out there, you'd want to understand that. And that was our concern. If you just lump all those things together, you wouldn't be able to see the variation in cost effectiveness.
I could follow up just a little bit. And I think I said this earlier, to the extent that there's no mitigations planned sort of in those outer regions, I don't know that we're as concerned about the granularity out there. We're concerned about the granularity where the money is being spent. And this is a thing that, we've seen in the past, but, risk is not homogeneous for every single asset, for every single mile. I've said repeatedly today, based on the characteristics of the asset, when it was put into service, what it was made out of, where it's located, the geography there, the population living around it. There are all these different things that are going to impact the risk. And you're going to have certain assets that are really high risk. And the RSE of mitigating those assets is likely going to be quite high. But we tend to see sort of like a slope where there is a point of diminishing returns where the RSE isn't as high, and we can identify sort of the proper scope of mitigations for a class of assets. But that is only possible when we're looking at things on a more granular level. Otherwise, we kind of aren't able to either, properly place where a mitigation is going to be used, properly scope it, or properly pace it. And so really, if you're able to provide us information enough to show where that point of diminishing returns is, if that's a different number of tranches, so be it. But it's that's, I think, the piece of information that is most, that we're looking to see highlighted.
Okay, thanks. I'll hold some other questions for now.
Okay, I actually had a question that I think might be relevant. And I've also been holding it. Could you talk a little bit about the importance for granularity when it comes to making comparisons across alternatives? We haven't really talked. We've talked mainly about granularity when we're thinking about a single mitigation and then thinking about what's the way to prioritize across that single mitigation. But could you also talk a little bit about, do we need granular data in order to properly understand alternatives to a certain mitigation?
Yeah, I mean, I think Eric, I should let you go, but I'm going to talk.
No, go ahead.
It should be a similar situation where with alternatives, based on the cost of the mitigation, the characteristics of the asset, you're going to see different RSEs in different places, or CBRs, I'm sorry, CBRs. CBRs for different assets. And again, the granularity allows us to do that, for lack of a better phrase, head-to-head comparison as to, in this location with these characteristics, this is more, has a better CBR. Eric, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'm thinking about is that it goes to really the accuracy of and the usefulness of the modeling. Let's take an extreme example where you model PG&E's service territory as all one wildfire risk, right? Well, what you get is an average between San Francisco and the Sierras, right? That's the implication of not having granularity. And then you say, well, how much risk am I reducing? Well, you're doing it all based on that average. And so that is not very useful information when, for example, there you would know, well, I'm going to be targeting this and this mitigation to tier 3 and not just tier 3, but the highest risk portions of tier 3. That's a very different result than what you would get if you're just using this large average number.
Yeah, Brian, I see you have your hand up. Oh, Katie, did you have something else that you wanted to?
Nope, I think.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm going to defer to Chris in a second here, but one thing I just heard you say is, you shouldn't use the average of San Francisco versus Sacramento. And we agree, and that's why we think it's problematic to use expected value rather than a tail value or more specific values in these locations. So we'd like to talk about that further in future workshops. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Chris, did you want to follow up on that?
I just have a related but separate question for Turn. Under your proposal, we are talking about there must be a 5% differentiation and there must be a minimum of 20 risk tranches. What is the evidence or external proof or basis for picking 5% and minimum 20 tranches as opposed to some other number?
I think we've spoken on this, and I think we also would appreciate if the utilities think that there is a different number that is better reflected by some piece of evidence. We would welcome that.
Well, with all due respect, I don't think you've spoken to it, and that doesn't answer my question. What is Turn's basis?
Eric said earlier. Sorry, apologies. It's hard on Zoom sometimes. I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Okay, so with all due respect, Turn has said minimum 20 tranches, 5% differentiation. Instead of saying, why don't the utilities prove to me a better number? We're just trying to understand what is the basis, the proof that your number is the correct one to be mapped onto all risks in the risk analysis, Rayburn.
We don't think it's the right one to be mapped on all risk. In those places where there's additional granularity, we would like to see it more granular. This was meant to be a
what if it's less granular? We're talking about two different things. What if it, instead of going to more granular, because then you're saying it's a minimum requirement, no problem. What if 20 tranches doesn't make sense because the risk really would make sense at 5 tranches or 8 tranches? So let's forget about the side where we're going more granular. Let's talk about less granular. What is your basis for choosing 5% and 20?
The worst case scenario under that hypothesis is that you have tranches that look very similar. Why is that so horrible? Our recommendation is based on working in these proceedings and in the GRCs for years and seeing how the settlement agreement has been implemented. The settlement agreement adopts a definition that tranches should represent homogeneous risk, and the utilities in some cases haven't implemented that. And so without a minimum standard, we are left with whatever utilities come up with, and sometimes it's not very useful. And so, the worst case with if it's really only 10 tranches and you end up doing 20, is that some of the tranches look a bit similar, of similar RSEs for different mitigations. It's based on also my experience with looking at the granular wildfire, which relates to other distribution risk with granular gas likelihood and consequence values, and seeing that you can easily, 20 tranches is really a minimum for those large areas of spend.
So it is Turn's preference and judgment that that is what is correct.
Again, it's a minimum. It's not, we're not saying it's the only correct answer. It's a minimum to implement in ramps, and if utilities want to get more granular, then they can.
What prevents, in the case of, let's say, a ramp, instead of making it a requirement, what prevents the party that does not have the burden of proof from taking a look at the risk analysis performed by the utility and saying, I think you should be more granular. I think you should go to 20 tranches and 5%. Why can't it be applied when it's useful as opposed to being blanketly applied?
Well, turn does that. The problem is then you go through the ramp and then the utility says in the GRC, nah, we don't agree. We don't want to do it. Right? That's the issue. And so it could be that still happens with 20. It could be that, that doesn't really work. We want more granular. It's not going to end all disputes. It's just to provide the most useful information up front.
So, Chris, is it all right if we let Paul and Vincent and Wendy jump?
I'm fine to move on.
And
Yep,
Eddie,
I'm fine to move on.
I just want to flag, I keep putting my hand up and down because it's confusing because I'm also responding to questions. But I do have 2 questions for the utilities at some point.
Okay.
I just want to, but I'm going to take my hand down now because I recognize that there's other people in front of me.
All right, keep it up. I'll have you ask after Wendy. How about that?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey folks, thanks for, I find myself back in the same question or back in the same discussion that we had this morning around asking Turn to just give us an indication of the basis for the 20 by 5%. At the end of the day, we understand that the risk is going to be the total risk score. That's the 100%. We would like to understand the basis for the 20. Now, in saying that, I do agree with something that Eric said earlier on, and that you cannot look at PG&E service territory as one risk profile. The breakdown was San Francisco and the Sierras. I think the people that live in San Jose might object to that by being overlooked, but the point is that risk does vary across our service territory. And as we've learned through the WMP process, that the risk is not consistent in HFTD Tier 3 versus HFTD Tier 2 versus the non-HFTD, that risk does spread itself around and that you'll find some HFTD Tier 2 areas with higher risk than HFTD Tier 3. That said, one of the things that each of the utilities is doing is scoring each of their assets or each of their lines based on the risk score and not being held to just a block geographic filter. Now, the point of this soliloquy is that there are a number of ways to slice this one, and it's going to be different depending on the risk that we're looking at. So for electric distribution, where you've got, I'm looking at SDG, my partners at SDG&E, they've got 575 circuit segments covering 3,500 overhead miles. It's a smaller service territory than PG&E has, but again, slicing that is, for them, is the right way to look at how they look at risk within their service territory. To look at another risk, which would be dam failures. For PG&E, we've got some 60 high consequence dams that we present in our RAMP report. We've also got another 100 or so low consequence, and that's a FERC definition set of dams. Now, to break 60 dams into 20 by 5, then, your 20 times table doesn't quite fit into that one. So in that particular case, I would recommend that we have to have a unique way of looking at it to fit that particular risk profile. And then as we also discussed, as we start looking at other risks, for example, our gas system where we have many reference points, sections of pipe, you have the ability to tranche up. Vincent presented earlier on some of the ways we're looking at risk going forward. We are looking at deciles, and that's HFTD and non-HFTD. So there you go. There's 20 tranches in there. Okay. We're also looking at our transmission system, and the transmission system varies depending on construction type. So your 50, 60, 70 kV subtransmission and transmission is built to a different standard than your 115 kV. And that is built to a different standard yet again to your 230 and above bulk transmission system. So again, there's different ways of looking at, there's locational, there's also the voltage, and there's also the construction type. So breaking it down, what the utilities are asking for is the flexibility to define that. And actually, as Vincent presented in some of the subsequent slides, option 1 was at the risk presentation workshop, we will tell you how we intend to break these down into their particular tranche values. So that's another common proposal from the utilities that we would like to explore.
Thanks, Paul. I think we've already kind of hashed out the Y20 fairly clearly. And so, Vincent, I just wanted to make sure, like, do you have a unique question or do you want to continue down that path? And if so, I think I'm going to ask Wendy to go ahead so that we can get to some of the other questions that we have, that the commission has. So, oh, you're muted, buddy. Sorry.
So if you're asking if I will ask about Y20, and the answer is no, I won't ask about Y20. But I do want to say, I want to point out a reminder again from the way the SMAP row 15 is written right now, right? It says the determination of tranches will be based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility, data availability, and model maturity.
Not row 15.
Row 14.
Yeah, sorry. Just want to catch it in. It's row 14.
Yes, 14. Did I say 15? My bad.
You did. It's okay.
Okay, my bad. So once again, it says the determination of tranches will be based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility, so on and so forth. It does says for the purposes of the risk analysis, each element would be considered to have homogeneous risk profiles, just paraphrasing. But basically, our suggestion is basically, let us do what the settlement asks us to do. The RDF asks us branch based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility, and then let us explain how they will have the homogeneous risk profile. That's all it is, instead of mandating an approach.
Okay. Wendy, go ahead. You've been waiting for a bit.
Yeah, I guess my point is, I'm just thinking, but I mean, the ramp is supposed to help with the GRC decision making, and the way the GRCs are done is there's a test year, and then there's post-test years, and you're forecasting what you're going to do in the test year, and you're forecasting in 3 post-test years. I guess what I'm thinking out loud is just we need granular enough data to be able to assess those forecasts, basically. So if you have like tranches that are so huge that they're encompassing, multiple years of forecasted data, but all I'm getting at is we need useful information for decision makers in looking at forecast in decision making in GRCs. So that's just my point.
Okay, great. Thanks, Wendy. Then I'm going to go to Katie and go ahead. Go ahead, Katie. Do you need me to move to any of the slides, or? Yeah, that's you, Kate.
Okay. Vincent had his hand up. I didn't know if he was responding to Wendy. I guess I had 2 questions, and they're related. My first was, I don't remember which utility slide it was, but I will find it. They suggested that, it's their second slide, so slide 46.
Yep.
It says, unclear exactly what is meant by physical assets in terms updated proposal. I guess I was wondering if the utilities could provide an example of like what asset groups would be in question as whether they were referred to as a physical asset. I just wanted, I honestly am just trying to understand, what would fall into this.
Yeah, maybe the utilities could explain what asset groupings are most helpful. Would that be helpful?
Or like which ones they like look at and say, I'm not sure if this is a physical asset or not.
Yeah. Brian?
So not to be, maybe what would we characterize employees as, if not physical assets?
Well, I think that's more of like I guess I would view that as that is not what we were referring to.
Except for today, because I'm virtual. Yes.
Yeah, we meant like stuff, like not. I think it was intentionally not supposed to include people as assets.
Or data centers or service centers, or maybe we only have 2 data centers.
I mean, I viewed those more as like real estate or cybersecurity, not, I mean, I think we really were trying to aim at like, I'm trying to be really careful about what word I use. So I can be clear, like the infrastructure, like the gas infrastructure, the electric infrastructure, the stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's maybe where we need clarification on the definition a little bit, because there are a lot of risks that we manage that would not be logical to break up into less than 20. And I think maybe that's what you're hearing the concerns are from a number of parties here. I think Paul had a good example, and Dan as well, in terms of dams, but we also are concerned about, for instance, employee safety, or, we only have a certain amount of data centers. That's within the case of cyber, but it's a physical asset too. And it
But
could
I
be
think
subject to climate risk as well. So there's a whole bunch of
cybersecurity
things.
we wouldn't include.
Right, but the physical asset of the data center would or would not?
I don't think, Eric can correct me, I don't think that that's what we were intending to go for.
Let's just do this on the fly. How about electric and gas infrastructure? Is that more
What
clear?
about substations?
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
that be appropriate? Okay.
Yeah.
What about
I mean,
transmission
generation
towers?
facilities.
Generation facilities, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
And I would note,
I can tell you we have less than 20 generation facilities.
And I think, as we noted, I think in the white paper, perhaps if you have less than 20 of those, like, we should be looking at them separately to identify what the biggest risk that faces generation facility 1 versus generation facility 2. And we could see, as Eric was saying, that they look very similar, but we're only able to see that if we look at them separately.
Or San Onofre, that's another example.
But like San Onofre is very different from I don't know, like a dam. I don't know. I'm throwing words out. But they're very different, and so we shouldn't be looking at them in a similar tranche.
San Onofre is one single risk, and it's one asset, so there's no way to bring it up.
Right, but so then for that asset there would be one tranche because there is one single asset.
So I think that's maybe the concern we have with the proposal. Even complying with this is problematic for certain risks.
How is it problematic to view San Onofre as one asset?
It's not, but that's not the way the language reads.
Well, I if you have edits to the language, please feel free to send them our way. I know we'll be providing an updated proposal next week, and I would welcome those edits, and I'm gonna, we'll be looking at it to see if we think there's ways we can clarify too.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Thank you.
Judge, did you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to this issue. All of the examples I think that have come up today have been related to electric infrastructure and gas. Would that be a meaningful, first step, or the most important assets to focus on? Right?
Yeah.
So perhaps that's a clearer and a more palatable proposal. And if you agree, it would be very helpful to sort of dig into some of these questions Brian was just raising with you as you revise the proposal.
Yeah.
A bit later, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
I had one other question on the utility slides.
Okay.
That is sort of related. And this was, sorry, scrolling. In slide, I guess 52. It's very related. They separate out risk by granular planning models versus detailed planning models not available. And I was hoping that the utilities could give us examples of, there's a couple of examples of like what's in wildfire distribution risk model and TIMP are in granular planning models, but I guess more so I'm asking if the utilities could provide places where there are not detailed planning models available. And it may be the similar places that we were just discussing, but just trying to understand those two buckets.
Yes. So Brian brought up one example. For example, with employees. For another example that we had, kind of is more or less granular. When we had originally pointed out real estate facilities, right? We plan it at the facility level. That's another example where we don't have the kind of detailed level, so, as well as some new risks that we're kind of originally kind of scoping out right now, and we're kind of trying to turn those into we don't have the more detailed kind of planning models, but we want to try and get there. So hope that helps.
Could I ask a follow-up to that, Katie? Yeah, for these detailed, these examples of risk events that do not have detailed planning models, are there any that are related to the electric grid or the gas pipeline infrastructure? Or the better way to phrase that is, are all electric grid and all gas pipeline infrastructure, do they all have detailed planning models?
I don't think that I can say that with confidence. I know that there's some risks that we're studying, still preliminary. There's some risks that we're studying on the electric side that, we're just in initial conversations on identifying those risks. And, when we talk to our electric grid and transmission grid folks, they're like, basically, this is something that we need more study around. So I wish it can be more specific, but it's kind of preliminary right now, so I don't want to get into too much detail about it.
Paul, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just to support what Vince was saying there. And I think, Eddie, if I could help here, I think if we're talking about miles of pipeline or miles of conductor, then we've got good granularity in our planning models that can roll up to enterprise level. When we start talking about things like generation stations, real estate facilities, and I don't know off the top of my head, but potentially substations, we start getting into the less granular models. So when we talked about transmission and distribution assets for the gas and electric sides, if it's limited to the pipelines and the cables and the overhead lines, it is probably doable. But if it's related to the other things, then probably not.
Okay, that's helpful to know. We may, I may have some follow-ups with that. But Katie, are you good, or did you have another follow-up to that? No. Okay, good. Vincent, so you still have your hand up? Okay, good. I think I'm going to move us then to.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think I was just raised my hand in response to something that Wendy had said, which is basically, if you have, she said basically that if we have the detail, she wants to see it. I mean, essentially that's what she said. And yeah, we agree. If we have the detail, we have the detail. And it makes sense. The risk is as tranched that way. We have that amount of detail. The story is best told with more than 20 tranches. Yes, we'll do that. We just don't want it to be a minimum requirement. And I do echo Dan from Edison. The way it's written, it is a minimum requirement.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to ask a question then that kind of builds on that particular topic, which it's basically this issue here. It's the second bullet point where when the settlement agreement was negotiated, the decision that actually issued that was D-18-12-014, and there were 10 major components of a RAMP filing that were adopted with that interim decision. And step 8 said for those business areas with less data, the utility should improve the collection of data and provide a time frame for improvement. So if a risk is managed using a means other than detailed planning models, should the IOUs provide a timeline for improvement? And I guess that's a question for Turn or any of the other parties. Would it make sense for the utilities to provide us a timeline on when they're going to be able to have that level of data available?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. And I guess the other question for the utilities then is, are you actually making improvements to the collection of data for your planning models outside of electric grid and pipeline infrastructure. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so thanks, Eddie. So I would have to, we'd have to understand what particular risk that we're talking about that requires more detail. There's some that, like Send and No-Free, we have detailed for that particular asset and that particular risk profile. But that's single, that would not be probably in the spirit of maybe what you're trying to get to. The other thing is, what's the utility of some of the more detailed planning models we'd have to understand? For instance, what would be the greater utility in a detailed planning model for employee safety or contract safety?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure. So maybe the place to take some of this feedback would be specific to individual risks themselves, rather than sort of writ large. Just some thoughts there.
Sure. Just as an example, I heard Paul say that substation data may not be granular enough, and so would that be an example of something that we need a time frame as to when that data will be granular at the more planning model phase level?
Yeah, one thing to consider, just in response to that, is the sort of efficacy and the riskiness of the asset in question.
Sure.
That has to be considered as well, and whether or not it's a ramp risk or not. We as an example, don't have substations by themselves as a ramp risk by itself. So we'd have to consider that. There could be other requirements internal to the utilities where we're always striving to get more granular, but we have to prioritize sort of our data management and risk management resources to, aside from responding to some of the data requests that we get on these topics, is to make sure that we focus on the assets that are more germane to that activity. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
Hey, again, just to thank Brian for introducing that concept, and Eddie, just to come back to you. By the way, thank you for finding this page. I do appreciate it, and I remember vividly the settlement agreement back in 2018. Just a couple of points on this one. As you folks all know, PG&E was ordered by Judge Alsop to build out useful life models for its transmission system, and that's something that we endeavored to do. We put together quite an aggressive plan after the order, which was August of 2020, and we produced our first iteration of our transmission risk model in late 2021. It is for sure not perfect. The reason it's not perfect is that as complicated and sophisticated as we get on assessing the consequence data, particularly in wildfire, the actual asset data for assets that have been in the ground for on or around 100 years is not always there. And each of the utilities has been built upon a series of acquisitions. PG&E acquired a lot of utilities at the end of the First World War. I know that Southern California Edison had similar things, and back in those days, a lot of records didn't transfer across. So actually using some kind of logic to plug the holes where that data may or may not be available is something that's been challenging. We're continuing to work through it with Bayesian logic and conservative assumption logic. But again, getting that information is particularly difficult with some of the aging assets that we have out there. And that's going to be common across not only California, but the United States, particularly the old towns. So this is something we continue to work on. I would also state that we have been very focused on wildfire as an existential risk, as my peer utilities have been. And then probably next one down is public safety. So some of these other risks that are further down that risk scoring continuum have not had the same level of attention. I'm happy to investigate how we would build out our granularity for some of these other risks. The statement is that some of that data is here, some of that data is not available.
Okay. Thanks for that. Actually, since I'm on this slide, I do want to address bullet point 3. It goes to the first part of the utilities proposal, which is that essentially in your ramp pre-filing workshop, you'll provide parties with some additional information, some opportunity to evaluate the tranching proposal that you've come up with for the ramp. And at the moment, I believe the requirement is about 14 days in advance. Would it be expedient considering the level of complication and the level of importance that granularity of tranches has to extend that out to a 30-day advance notice, giving parties proper time to evaluate your proposal. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Ooh, crickets.
Well, would part of the proposal be that perhaps the utility would then revise the tranches or, because otherwise, I don't know that it makes a huge difference if it's, how far in advance it comes.
Yeah, I think that's a good question for Vincent. I had the same thought actually, Vincent. Could you give us some insight into that? Or anybody?
Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, the idea is to get the feedback, right? And you've seen in the past that we've been pretty responsive to the feedback we've received. So to kind of come in with the assumption that I think I think it's fair to say that we would consider the PG&E will consider the advice in its kind of modeling.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course, it all depends on whether it's something that we can actually accomplish, right? I mean, as part of it is that, we might decide is the best course of action might not actually be feasible. But I think you should assume that we're go in there with the intent of reflecting and acting on the feedback if possible.
And with that in mind, Eric, does the 30-day sound like enough time? You're muted.
I was saying I'll let Katie respond maybe in comments or something, since I don't always do the ramps now. So
yeah, I would need to talk to our team that has been working on the ramps too.
Okay.
Maybe Eddie, can I provide a little just additional clarification, maybe to also help for the comment period? The intent would be similar to how we provide our preliminary ramp risks, and then parties, provide feedback, and then, we address that in our ramp, but we can't just take every recommendation. TURN could have a different tranching proposal recommendation than MGRA versus SBUA versus Energy Division. So, we are required to address, but we can't necessarily just implement everyone's recommendations, especially when people give conflicting recommendations. So similar to how we would address the ramp risk, we would address the tranching proposals as well. And that would at least, once again, give parties the opportunity to provide that feedback. And if they do not feel that we adequately addressed it, or, the commission in their review of our ramp, once again, that could be further addressed in our rate case where we're actually asking for the funding.
Okay. All right. Any additional thoughts on that, Katie? No? Okay. All right. I feel like I'm going to end up jumping around in some of these questions. Let's see. I think we've talked about that ad nauseum. I guess
yeah, Eddie.
Go ahead, Judge.
If we could go back to that first question slide, the one before this.
Sure.
I'd like to ask the top question, just sort of in a shorthand.
Yeah.
When I reviewed the utilities proposal, there was a lot of pushback and discussion of physical engineering-based approaches and statistics-based approaches. And what's come out in this conversation has been more focused on the difference between grid and gas pipeline assets and other assets where there might just be a handful of assets and the risk information may be less available. So is this concern about the physical engineering-based approach, is that primarily limited to these other assets other than the grid and the gas pipeline assets? And if not, if you could, someone from the utilities could explain this point again, some detail that'd be helpful.
Yes, so maybe I can give it a try. So I read this question: fundamental principle to risk assessment in step 5 of the RDF requires IOUs to assess the uncertainty in the attribute levels by using expected values or percentiles, or by specifying well-defined probability distributions. And so I take it that the question is are we kind of veering away from a kind of statistical based approach? And what we meant by physical engineering based approach is basically, not that. It's basically complementary, right? So basically, and we kind of did it a little bit in our RAMP and GRC filings, in the sense that we've kind of developed the probability distributions, the statistics based on kind of some of the physical properties we see. For example, red flag warning days. That's a physical kind of condition that happens. So we kind of developed the probability, the statistics around these physical kind of engineering factors. I hope that answers the questions. And we call them, it kind of works quite well. They're called conditional probabilities. It's conditioned based on some physical aspect or some engineering based aspect. For example, maybe the kind of pipe you're using in the gas well, or like I talked about, red flag warning days, so on and so forth.
Brian, I saw you turn your video on. Do you have
Yeah, I've got a couple of ways to answer this. One way to say this is that as the uncertainty of a risk event increases, it's important to show the full probability distribution, showing a sort of mean value, or rather smoothing the data to represent a mean value over a smooth curve, distorts and biases the risk analysis. I think another way to look at this too, and I think this is, I don't want to rehash our challenge with mashing together an enterprise level wildfire model and a bottoms up granular physics based model. But if we have a distribution of wildfire events, for instance, over our whole service territory, which varies in space and time, and take that and try to smooth it across in lieu of actually having physical simulations on the ground, then I think we're biasing the risk event to simply match that statistical distribution instead of actually using the physics-based data for those specific locations. So we want to make sure that we're not biasing the data by tranching this way, a certain way, just to mash all this data or bootstrap it. That's the technical data science term that doesn't represent the actual risk basis on the ground at each location. It's very critical, especially as we've advanced several iterations since the SMAP proceeding was, our SMAP settlement was actually implemented. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional thoughts on that? If I could, I just wanted to kind of open up an opportunity for some of the other, sorry, I have a garbage truck driving by. Just wanted to open up the opportunity for some of the other participants, some of the other parties, if they had any thoughts or concern on these proposals. Now would be the time to just provide us some additional feedback if you have any, especially in terms of how you see granularity affecting your own assessment of risk when you're dealing with the RAMP or you're dealing with the GRC. I don't know if anybody had some thoughts or, yeah, go ahead, Dr. Mitchell.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I sort of stand back from this one just because a lot of our feedback has been with regard to the actual accuracy and biases in the risk models themselves. And that's going to smooth things between tranches anyway. So I'm not convinced that getting a much finer tranching actually improves the the actual accuracy. I mean, you get maybe false precision, but given the, that's the standard approach, and utilities are supposed to use the best risk models available to place things into tranches. We just assume over time that as risk models improve, as they continue to improve, the accuracy of the models will be benefited by the additional tranching. So that's all I really had to say on it. Thanks.
Okay. I actually did have a slide question that asked specifically about whether or not greater granularity actually helps us understand uncertainty in the models more. So I don't know if, yeah, great. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, I agree. It does not. I mean, it's derived from how the utilities do the risk modeling, not, it doesn't somehow fix anything. It will have, if there are flaws in the risk modeling or uncertainties in captured or whatever, that will just flow through to the tranches.
Okay. Very good. I don't think, yeah, I don't have any further questions in the slides. The one thing that I think it is actually a little bit interesting to talk about. When a lot of granular data is provided, and then that can get aggregated up into reporting tranches at a very small level. So when you go from thousands to less than a dozen, I was wondering if we could talk for just a minute about what happens in that middle space. Is there something that's missing when we go from thousands to just single digits of tranches? And is there any concern that there might be a certain amount of I guess analytical power that's being kind of shunted away when we aggregate that number of tranches up to a really small number? I don't know if anybody had any thoughts about that, but it was one thing that came to mind when Mr. Vias was presenting to me. No worries, might have just been me. Okay, I see somebody's screen came on. Oh, go ahead, Wendy.
I mean, I think it's a good question. So I don't know if any of the utilities can address it, because, I mean, particularly if you're talking about tens of thousands of RC calculations, and then you go to 3 RC calculations in a particular example. I do think there's a lot in that middle space of analytics that's missing. So because one, if those 3 have, large groups of assets, then it's hard to distinguish how to prioritize, what the risk distinction is between, inside that large group of assets, a large number of miles, for example. You don't have any reflection of the variation of risk in those miles.
Yeah,
I guess I can give a stab at it, right? Basically, I think it varies on a case-by-case basis, number one, but I think the most effective description of the risk is the most economical kind of description that they have, right? So basically, I can kind of reflect on the experiences that I've had in other areas. I worked in finance for a while, and we did a lot of modeling of interest rates. And we would try to go for the most economical. What are the minimum number of factors required to describe the risk best, right? So is it 3 factors, 2 factors, 1 factors? So it's like, and how much percent covers that, right? So you want to find the factors that have the most explanatory power. And, I think like relating it to physical conditions, relating it to engineering conditions in this case, we're not dealing with finance here. So relating it to those conditions, there's a lot of power in that.
I guess in my mind, the one thing that I find would be really challenging is if we're going to take the analysis of alternatives seriously, I don't really see how aggregating up to 3 tranches makes it amenable for looking at different types of alternatives. Different types of alternative features would really require a middle level of tranching.
Right. So I think that was just an example, right, from a different industry, but basically, yeah, it's an economy of what can explain the risk best, right? So.
Sure. Yeah, and I understand that having fewer inputs makes it easier to make a decision. I assume that's what you're trying to get at. But sometimes the decision that you're trying to make has to be a little bit complicated. And I think the utilities actually understand that because sometimes they're, asking for things that are pretty complicated in these models.
Yeah, we don't dispute that. So once again, it's on a case by case basis. Totally. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to run out of questions here, so I'll open it up real quick. If there's any burning thoughts out there, we're already at 3:35, and we do not have to go all the way to 4. So if there's anything remaining out there, I'm happy to let folks chat about it. I guess just on that last point, I think what I was advocating for was Occam's razor.
Yeah, I do appreciate Occam's razor every now and then. Okay. If there's not, I think I'm going to run us out here. And let's see. Yeah, Judge Fogel, did you have a question?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to thank everybody for attending this really long and detailed workshop. It's extremely helpful for someone like myself who can't interact with parties more frequently to just hear in your own words how you explain things. So it's also want to express appreciation for everybody's attendance and active participation over all 6 of these workshops. It's been grueling, and perhaps we won't do that in the future, but it has been very, very helpful in all instances. So thank you.
That's great. Thanks. I have a little closing speech to give as well, but I'll first I'll just run through the basics that we're going to have the recording for this workshop out in the next couple of days. It usually comes out sooner than that. We have on December 12th, the joint IOUs will file, I believe, at least 2 proposals, and then one on the non-wildfire tail risk, and then Turn will file a proposal on granularity of tranches. There's going to be ruling questions approximately around December 15th that are related to the topics that we discussed today. And then we'll have opening comments after the new year. Judge Fogel and I, we originally noticed that I think the 20-day mark would be something like January 5th or something like that. And we said, no, that's mean. We should give you all a little bit of a break. And so we pushed it to January 10th. And then that would mean that reply comments would be January 17th. So I hope that works for everybody. And let's see. I think I'll first just start by where I started. The workshops. I wanted to say that these workshops are grueling, but I've appreciated that folks allow me a little bit of humor now and then while we've been working on this stuff. I consider it a bit of what I call serious fun. I think that it's helpful to make sure that we're taking all of this seriously, but at the same time, these workshops are meant to be informational, and we're allowed to have discussions, and I hope that they were also a way for us to find a middle ground and have discussions with each other about these complicated topics. And of course, for me, it's been a bit of a challenge because I haven't shaved for months, right? And as I mentioned earlier, that this will be my last joke, right? That I wasn't going to shave until the proceeding is finished, and so we still have a few months to go. But it can always be worse. Like that was me back in 2016. And at least I saved you all from having to see my hair grow. That was about 16 months or 17 months. And then about 12 hours after that picture was taken, I did this. And so, May is right around the corner, and this can still happen. So, we've worked really hard through these last few months, and I really appreciate everyone's commitment to these workshops. I want to thank Jake in particular, Jake McDermott, and Commissioner Reynolds and their entire office for their support. They've given us a lot of guidance as we've gone through these workshops. And of course, ALJ Fogel and ALJ Lakey have been supporting us. And I also wanted to mention that, ALJ Seibert originally started us off with a pre-hearing conference as well early on. But so all of that is very welcome. Lots of great support there. I want to give a special shout out to Fred Haynes, our supervisor within the RASA team. He's given a lot of support for me, and has helped us through all of these workshops with great questions. And then the team in general at RASA has all been very helpful. But in particular, I want to thank Wendy, Gary, Steve, and Hafizer Amin. Especially Steve and Hafizer have really stepped up with writing proposals that have been presented here in this phase. And so I really want to thank both of you. Also, there's two people, especially Kristen Rounds, who was instrumental with workshop 3 on climate change. She did a great job in helping make sure that was a successful workshop. And also Arnold Sun, because a lot of the topics that we're discussing came from early discussions that Arnold and I had many months ago, over almost a year ago. And so a lot of this is guided by his influence, whether he likes it or not. And then, last, just a big shout out to the parties, interveners, Cal Advocates, MGRA, SCE, SEMPRA in particular for developing proposals and, always coming to the meetings with good discussions and comments, but especially to Turn and PG&E, who really bit off a lot of material over these last few months. I really appreciate the time and effort that it takes to write a proposal, and so thanks for all of that. So on that note, we're all a big happy family. Thanks everybody, and there's going to be more coming in, and we'll be looking forward to future comments and future replies, and there's still a bit of a road ahead of us, but hopefully you'll be hearing from us soon. Okay, I'll end it there.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. Have a good day, everyone.
Thanks, Eddie. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. Thank you, parties. Thank you, Judge.
Stop this. Yes.